Yeah.
And when you want to mute, just click that top one. Okay. If you don't move the mouse, it will stay right there.
Okay, but if I move the mouse, I can move it back.
Yeah,
again. Yeah. Okay,
just that bottom corner.
It's a bit sticky apparently with us.
Yeah. So you guys are unmuted.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Charlotte.
Kia ora, good morning, everybody. My name is Jane Taylor. I'm an Independent Hearings Commissioner, and with me is Jane Sinclair, also Independent Hearing Commissioner. Good morning. And this is a hearing for Charlie's Trust, RM201024. Oh, sorry. This is being recorded, and we also understand it's being live streamed. Is that right? So just to make you all aware that that is happening in the background. So welcome to the hearing. If everyone could probably just please make sure that when you're not speaking that you are on mute. That helps enormously with the quality of the sound for everybody. Oh, okay. So we'll just let the technical people deal with all those things. I'll just move this. Sorry, I've got a message on my screen here I just need to get rid of. Okay. So yes, if everyone could just make sure they're on mute when they're not speaking, that would be great. So we have no public in attendance today, as far as I can tell from the screen, although there may be some people listening in. So I will just run through the process in case there is anybody online. So the order of the hearing is that we will hear the case for the applicant. We would then ordinarily hear from any submitters who wish to be heard. In this case, we have received 2 submissions, but neither submitter wishes to be heard today. However, those submissions will still be taken into account in our deliberations and our decision. We will then ask the council officers present to comment on the evidence that has been heard and respond to that. So the evidence received this morning and the evidence that has been submitted from the applicant since the section 42A report was released. And then the applicant will have a right of reply, which may be in writing if desired. So it's effectively a Zoom meeting will follow exactly the same format as a hearing. It's just possibly a little bit harder to direct the traffic, so please be with us as we work through this. And so if I could just introduce everybody on the screen, as far as I can see, we have for the council, we have the planning officer, Tim Anderson, who is on the screen, and landscape architect Richard Denny. We also have Ken Jones listening in, who is the council engineer assigned to this consent. I think we then for the applicant, Ms. Nola, I think I can see you on screen. Would you like to introduce your...
Yes, so yes, I'm Ms. Nola, and we've got the applicant or trustee for Charlie's Trust, Charlotte Brock, present with me.
Hi. Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And I can also see Mr. Sotheby on the screen, down the bottom there, and Mr. Baxter, landscape architect as well. And in the very centre of my screen, I have Trish Anderson, who is our committee secretary for this morning. So we have had the agenda papers, which include the application and the supporting expert report. We have the council section 42A report, which can all be taken as read, and we also have the applicant's pre-circulated evidence, which we have also read. Just in terms of the questions of clarification on those reports, there's just one question of clarification that actually Commissioner Sinclair and I both observed, and this is on page 41 of the section 42A report. And Mr. Denny, it's actually your report at paragraph 32. you say, I agree with the landscape report on the following points, and then you say, bullet point, the proposed development would introduce urban densities to the landscape. I think there might be a not missing, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, my mistake. Yes, there should be.
No, that's okay. I just thought I would just clarify that just in case it's been picked up. But that was the way that certainly your evidence read. So we'll just make that change. Thank you. Is there anything else? Any other amendments to any of the evidence that anyone wishes to raise at this stage or the reports? So yesterday, Commissioner Sinclair and I made a site visit. We actually had a beautiful day for it. Mr. Anderson accompanied us to the site, so we feel that we've had a good inspection of the site and also of the wider receiving environment. As far as procedural matters are concerned, we don't have any late submissions. Are there any other jurisdictional matters that anyone wishes to raise at this stage? Okay, thank you. All right, well, I will now hand over to you, Ms. Nola, please, to present the applicant's case.
Thank you. I did and have just this morning filed some written submissions, which I just propose to go through. Following those submissions, Ms. Brock will refer to her statement, and then I understand Mr. Baxter and Mr. Sotheby will essentially deliver a summary of the evidence that they have presented.
Thank you.
Thank you. So essentially, this application relates obviously to the property located at 56 Halliday Road. More particularly describes 2.9 hectares and the title reference is there. There is already, as the commissioners would have seen, a visitor accommodation activity operating on the eastern part of the property, while the western portion of the property, which is really the subject site, is adjacent to Halliday Road, and you would have seen that it contains some mature and semi-mature trees with some pasture underneath. The trees are on the periphery of the site. The property was created by a two-lot subdivision. The subdivision was approved by an Environment Court consent order, and the original subdivision was in fact, or the application was for 3 allotments, but the mediation that led to the consent order ultimately agreed that the deletion of one of the lots and the associated building platform was how it ended. The application seeks to subdivide the property. Proposed lot 1 is essentially the existing visitor accommodation site, which is contained on a 1,000 metre square building platform and would consist of 1.89 hectares. Proposed lot 2 is 1.025 hectares and contains proposed building platform of 770 metres squared. It is worth noting, however, the building is proposed not to exceed 450 metres square, and the maximum height limit to 5.5 metres if it was a gabled style building, or 4 metres for a mono pitch building. The application necessarily additionally seeks to alter the 2 separate consent notice conditions which are registered against the title. The relevant ones, of course, is that the registered proprietor shall not further subdivide either lot into lots 1 and 2, and all structures and buildings shall be located within the existing platforms. So the application includes the written approval of 5 neighbouring property owners. The adjacent neighbouring properties have given their approval, as well as landowners on the opposite side of Halliday Road. As identified in Mr. Sotheby's evidence, the recommendation in the section 42A report discloses the following key concerns. So I've just gone straight to those key areas of concern, and I've listed those here. So essentially, what appeared to be the main concerns were the adverse effects on the environment values due to the scale of the proposed lots. So they're considered to be smaller lots, proximity to Halliday Road, the lack or loss of open pastoral land, the loss of rural character on Halliday Road if the application was granted, the necessary cumulative effects, and potentially any precedent effects of the subdivision. There's also concern that the proposal is contrary to the relevant objectives and policies of the operative and proposed district plans, and that the proposal is inconsistent with the partially operative and proposed Otago regional policy statements. Further, there was concern in the report that the proposal does not promote sustainable management and is inconsistent with Part 2 of the RMA, and finally that the proposal does not promote the overall purpose of the RMA. There are 2 public submissions which have been identified by the commissioners. So one public submission from the Upper Clutha Environmental Society and one submission from Karunaka. Now, the section 42 key concerns I've now proposed to just detail a little bit, mainly referencing the facts and physical matters rather than potentially the rules and regulations. So the district plan does not specify a minimum lot size in the rural zone. The rural zone encompasses a wide variety of land uses, including everything from large stock and crop farming operations to small rural living lifestyle blocks. In addition to the permitted rural uses, there are consented land uses such as visitor accommodation, agricultural contracting, gravel quarrying, firewood preparation and storage, and obviously there's the horticultural pursuits, wineries, etc. Each different land use requires a different sized parcel of land, and it's right to say that each different land use is a valid use of the land in that zone. Now I refer to Mr. Sotheby's evidence at paragraph 30, where he states a variety of lot sizes is essential for the regular functioning of the rural zone, where a variety of land uses are expected. This contrasts with the rural residential zone and rural lifestyle zones, which have been established predominantly to facilitate rural living. And consequently, the lot sizes in those zones are typically all about the same size. There are existing lifestyle blocks in the Halliday Road area already, and those existing blocks sit quite seamlessly within the rural zone. The subject property is currently supporting rural living and boutique visitor accommodation. It's nestled amongst mature trees and well-established vegetation. As you will have seen yesterday, and as can be seen from the exhibited aerial photographs, the current building platform sits to the east end of the property, the clear site to the west. Visibly, there is a natural delineation between the existing development and the proposed new lot, and that's generally because of the variation in the tree planting. So on the existing lot, the trees are scattered quite intensely across the property. On the proposed lot, the plantings are around the periphery of the pasture. It's submitted that the proposed building platform would sit quite comfortably within the existing site, particularly the vegetation and the additional proposed landscaping that's been detailed by Mr. Baxter. I say that because it's as opposed to a small rural residential lot carved out of a large open space where the contrast in use would be confronting. It seems that the use here would sit comfortably within the existing vegetation. Now, council contends that the scale of the proposed lots will contribute to adverse effects on the landscape, and that's not accepted by the applicant. Small rural lifestyle lots are already part and parcel of the immediate and wider rural landscape. In my submission, and based on Mr. Baxter's evidence, small rural living blocks can sit seamlessly within the rural landscape if the domesticated buildings thereon are located appropriately within the site, the building design and the landscaping is sympathetic to the surrounding environment. This must be the intention of the district plan after all, because there is no minimum lot size prescribed for the rural zone. To state categorically that these lot sizes are just too small seems contrary to the fact that there's no specific rule. It goes without saying that regardless of proposed lot size, the application needs to be considered against the context of the property, its location, its current state, with the existing vegetation, etc., and the proposed mitigating factors. Second concern was the proximity of the building platform to Halliday Road. Now, the council planner considers the proposed building platform would be sited too close to a public road and that would contribute an adverse landscape effect, which could not be effectively mitigated. Now, Mr. Sotheby states that the closest building platform corner of the property is 46 metres from the legal boundary of Halliday Road. Mr. Sotheby also gave some evidence relating to some comparative properties in the area and the distances of the building platforms from public roads. The district plan requires a minimum setback of 20 metres from public roads, so the proposed 46 metres is well beyond the specified minimum. Again, context is key. The property cannot be seen from the state highway. Halliday Road itself is a no exit road, which provides access beyond the site to 7 additional properties located to the north. Halliday Road is not a thoroughfare. Generally, the users will be property owners and all their guests and invitees. It's not possible to view the property in any real sense unless you are stationary on Halliday Road, immediately adjacent to the property. Given the existing mature trees growing on the property periphery and the neighbouring properties, which are also well covered in trees, particularly the property to the immediate south of the site. So it's only really possible to get a filtered view as you approach the property from Halliday Road, either end actually. The traffic on the road, this is an observation, is almost entirely vehicular. Therefore, those travelling on the road have their view not only limited by the speed at which they are travelling, but also the interior of the vehicle they're travelling within. In these circumstances, any view of the property is fleeting and filtered by existing vegetation along Halliday Road and on the site. There's no specific pedestrian access on the road, and again, as an observation, there are rarely pedestrians or cyclists on the road. The setback distance of 46 metres to the proposed building platform allows for the retention of the semi-mature pin oaks, which are already there, of course. It also allows for an area of open space and an area of planting, which, as proposed by Mr. Baxter, would be maple native beech. And this would assist in the screening of any future building. Now, those who may be adversely affected, or potentially the most adversely affected, would be neighbouring property owners, excuse me, and they've given their approval to the application. Council staff agree there are no other persons who are adversely affected who have not provided their written approval. Now, it is submitted that any concerns held by council regarding the proximity of the building platform to the public road must be considered against the other, the above matters outlined, but all matters that relate to the context of the property, including the proposed landscaping, which will assist with the mitigation of any residual concerns. The next issue raised by council was potentially the loss of pastoral land. Council considers that there would be a loss of open pastoral space. This isn't accepted really because of the nature of the space and how it sits within the trees. It can also be seen from the section 42A report at page 7, figure 1. If you look at that figure, you can see that there is very dense tree plantation immediately adjacent to the entranceway of the property and up the existing driveway. The site itself is surrounded by trees. It's a relatively small area which has been identified. And so in my submission, there would not be a loss of any meaningful open space. The lot is largely enclosed and the commissioners would have seen that yesterday. The property sits adjacent to and within close proximity of a number of large open pastoral areas, which of course are unaffected by the application. Again, these can be seen in figure 1. So there is large open space to the north of the site, and there is open space opposite the site on Halliday Road. That can be appreciated in the photographs A and C of Ms. Brock's evidence. It's submitting that the granting of this application would not result in any meaningful loss of open space on Halliday Road. As noted above, small areas of domestication are scattered amongst large open spaces, and that's a characteristic of the rural zone. The next concern of council related to the loss of rural character, given the proposal for a further domestic site. Council contends the proposal will result in a loss of rural character to the Halliday Road area. Now, Mr. Baxter in his evidence has essentially addressed that issue, and in his opinion, the proposal does not degrade the quality of the rural landscape. Mr. Baxter considers that Halliday Road does not exhibit an open rural character in itself, but however, it can't be denied that the character of the road area is rural. There are farm buildings, there are trees, crops, there is grassland and scattered residential buildings at a relatively low density. Small rural living blocks are part and parcel of the rural fabric of the area. It's submitted the addition of a further dwelling controlled by sympathetic design and landscaping, of which ultimately there would be limited visibility from public view, will not result in a loss of the existing rural character of Halliday Road. Next concern is the cumulative effect another domestic site would have in the area. Council contends the proposal gives rise to an adverse cumulative effect. And in my submission, there is no avoiding the fact that an additional dwelling in any rural environment has an incremental effect. That's a necessary effect. However, both Mr. Denny and Mr. Baxter agree that the subject property is one of the smaller lifestyle lots along Halliday Road, but has some absorption capacity for development due to its limited visibility and the surrounding context of varied land sizes and land uses. And as further noted by Mr. Sotheby, it's the absorption capacity of the site which really provides assurances that the cumulative effect would be minimal and shouldn't reach a level of concern for council. Halliday Road is host to a variety of land uses, resulting in a varied landscape. It is capable of absorbing minor changes, such as the one presented in this application, as opposed to large open homogeneous landscape where any change would immediately stand out and would be compelling and confronting. At present, the existing lodge contributes a minor visual effect due to the filtered view of the building from Halliday Road and the tree-lined entranceway which leads to that building. In my submission, Mr. Sotheby makes a compelling point at paragraph 47 of his evidence, and I'll just read that paragraph. He says that the most obvious physical effect of the proposal is the visual presence of a new building and the additional associated landscape planting. However, this will be balanced by the reduction in visibility of the lodge, which will be screened by the proposed planting and new building on lot 2. Further, the gateway and entranceway is to be shared, so there will be no obvious appearance of additional domestication on the site. If the visual effects of the subdivision are minor, then it follows that the cumulative effects of this development are also minor. In respect to cumulative effects, I do make the note, which I considered was of concern, in the section 42A report, page 14, paragraph 2, and I'll just read that paragraph. Further, Mr. Denny considers that the proposal could potentially limit development opportunities on neighbouring sites, as the proposed development would be included in future cumulative effects assessments. I acknowledge, however, that persons on the adjacent sites have provided written approval, so effects on those parties are disregarded. Now, my submission is that Mr. Denny's concern is something of an exercise in speculation. It doesn't seem fair to me, to the applicant, to speculate on potential proposals for future development in the area and then use that speculation as a point of dissent to the current application. To me, that seems to be a little flawed. There's absolutely no knowledge of what's going to go on in the future. And really, as he's identified himself, the neighbouring landowners or affected parties have approved the application. In the circumstances, I submit that the known cumulative effect of the proposal is abated by the proposed additional plantings, the use of the existing entranceway from Halliday Road, and the fact that the existing view of the lodge, albeit limited and filtered, will be replaced with a view of the new dwelling rather than the addition of the new dwelling. Further concern from the council related to the precedent effects of granting the application, particularly in relation to the lot size. My submission is that the proposal is unlikely to have a precedent effect. As referenced by Mr. Sotheby, there are multiple other properties along Halliday Road with similar characteristics in terms of lot size, building platform proximity to the road, vegetation cover that have been approved in recent years. And as an observation, this particular site almost lends itself to a dwelling being added, given its context. In respect to objectives and policies assessments, an assessment of the objectives and policies of the operative and proposed district plan was prepared and submitted as part of the application. The council planner has provided a very detailed analysis of the objectives and the policies, and really the report writer, the council report writer, is of the opinion that the proposal is contrary to the objectives and policies of the operative and proposed district plans. His assessment is largely a reflection of the small lot sizes, the increased residential density, which he considers represents an incremental shift away from the intended rural purposes of the zone. So in response to those three main areas, the applicant submits as follows. So in respect to lot size, the comments that the applicant makes are that the proposed lot size is not unprecedented. There are smaller residential lot sizes in the area. As previously noted, there are multiple other properties in Halliday Road region of a similar size. Some are being used productively, while others have extensive landscaping and are used for rural living. The report writer's contention, that's the section 42A report, the proposed lots are not consistent with properties in the surrounding area or the wider zone. That's not supported by the evidence stated by Mr. Sotheby. Lot 1 contains a consented rural visitor accommodation operation, has been sized in the proposal in accordance with the landowner's instructions, taking into account the natural delineation between the developed end of the site and the undeveloped end of the site. So whilst there is some acceptance that the lots are small, there's a sort of a natural appearance of how the lots would sit on the site. The balance of the land comprises obviously of lot 2. It's currently pasture surrounded by trees. The land is not used for agricultural or horticultural pursuits other than very minor intermittent seasonal grazing of a small number of sheep by the applicant. It's proposed that lot 2 will predominantly be used for rural living, but may accommodate some productive use and some crop stock grazing. In summary, the size of the lots, while comparatively small, is not unprecedented in Halliday Road, and they can comfortably be absorbed within the surrounding landscape, given the varied array of existing land uses in the immediate area. The next concern, increased density. The applicant responds as follows. It is submitted that the effect of the increased density of having an additional dwelling can be mitigated. The existing vegetation and proposed landscaping will limit views of the lot 2 building platform from Halliday Road to fleeting and filtered views. Given the position of lot 2, which sits between Halliday Road and the existing developed lot 1, the proposed plantings and any dwelling will likely hide the existing buildings from public view altogether. So in short, rather than seeing 2 dwellings from Halliday Road, the current view of the lodge will essentially be replaced with a view of the new building. The proposal includes strict design controls for any building, which is sympathetic to the landscape, the use of the existing entranceway and extensive landscape planting to mitigate the effects of over-domestication. The potential effect of over-domestication has been carefully considered by Mr. Baxter, and effective practical strategies through the subdivision design, the building controls and landscape design controls have all been identified to minimise the effect of any suggestion of over-domestication. The proposal has been approved by all the neighbours or affected parties, and therefore the effects on those persons cannot be considered. The setbacks from the boundaries are well in excess of the district plan minimum and provide sufficient space for curtilage activities and landscape planting. Finally, the major concern regarding policies and objectives was that the proposal would represent an incremental shift away from the intended rural purposes of the zone. Now, the applicant says in response to this concern that the site is surrounded by and contains mature tree plantings. It is an extension of the existing developed site containing the visitor accommodation and domestic landscape. It is distinct and separate from the neighbouring blocks of open rural space. It forms part of the varied patchwork of different land parcel sizes and different land use activities within the rural zone. 2 of the adjacent properties are used for rural living at this time. In Mr. Baxter's opinion, the site is not currently open in character, but is a partly planted visual extension of the existing residential development. Therefore, the proposed development has no perceptible impact on the open space character of the landscape in Halliday Road. The existing varied land parcel sizes and land uses exist to mitigate the effect of an additional dwelling on this site. While the proposal contains a minor incremental change to Halliday Road, to the Halliday Road landscape, in my submission, that incremental change does not constitute a shift away from the intended rural purpose of the zone. Having reviewed the Section 40A report, it is noted the proposal is not contrary to most of the relevant objectives and policies. A number of those it's inconsistent with, or indeed consistent with, but it's acknowledged, the report writer's opinion is certainly acknowledged. I submit it's possible to mitigate the adverse effects of the subdivision to ensure that the proposal is more closely aligned to the relevant policies and objectives. There are 2 submissions opposing the application, the Upper Clutha Environmental Society and Karunaka. The Upper Clutha Environmental Society, the submitter there considered that the adverse effects of the proposal were significant. The submitter has concerns regarding cumulative visual effects, amenity effects, and effects on the natural landscape. These effects have been responded to above. The submitter has concerns regarding the visibility of the site from Halliday Road, Mount Iron, and State Highway 6. The applicant's landscape architect has specifically considered and assessed the visual effects from those viewpoints, and that can be read in the landscape assessment section and seen in photographs attachments B to E. I would just say at this point that the property is not able to be seen from State Highway 6 and has a very limited view from Mount Iron. A landscape plan has been proposed which would mitigate the effects on those views. Mr. Baxter and Mr. Denny are in agreement that views of the proposed building platform and curtilage area would be intermittent and diffused as travelling along Halliday Road. Mr. Baxter considers that the fleeting glimpses of a dwelling will not have a significant adverse effect on the wider landscape character. Both experts are in agreement that the views from other public places are distant and limited. The submitter considered the density to be inconsistent with the rural zoning and suggests the application is smaller, or the lot size is smaller than the permitted in the rural lifestyle zone. The scale of the proposed lots has been addressed in the evidence and also in submissions. Mr. Sotheby has demonstrated in his evidence at paragraph 29 that the actual density of the wider Halliday area is much lower than would be found in rural lifestyle zoned areas because of the wide range of land uses in Halliday Road opposed to the general pattern of residential dwelling in the rural lifestyle zone. Submission from Karunaka. The submitter has concerns with the increased number of subdivisions, particularly adjacent to the Cadrona River and the wider Clutha catchment. The submitter is concerned about the capacity of the area to absorb the visual and amenity impacts of the subdivision and the effects of residential intensification on cultural landscape values. These matters have been covered above in submissions. Karunaka have concerns regarding contamination of the groundwater by on-site wastewater and stormwater disposal. Mr. Sotheby states in his evidence that the boundary of the property is over 500 metres from the banks of the Cadrona River. The Otago Regional Council has strict requirements for the disposal of wastewater and stormwater to the ground, and any future wastewater systems would be installed and operated in accordance with those standards. and I submit that's indeed the case. The submitter also was concerned about the potential cumulative effects of other applications should this application be granted, but of course potential effects are unknown. It's speculation, and the cumulative effects in any event are outside the control of the applicant, any cumulative effects by future applications. The submitter is concerned also about the disturbance of unrecorded archaeological sites. The applicant would support the inclusion of an accidental discovery condition if that was determined appropriate by the commissioners. Inherent in the application, of course, is an application to vary the current consent notice. Consent notice 67540.3, which is registered against the subject record of title for the property, contains a number of conditions, but 2 of those will necessarily need to be varied if the application was granted. The condition prohibiting any future subdivision of the property, and there is a condition requiring all structures and buildings to be located within the existing building platform. Obviously, those would need to be varied. While Mr. Sotheby explains in his evidence that the context of the wider environment of Wanaka in 2002, which is when those consent conditions was written, would likely have been the reason for those conditions. But it must not be overlooked that the existing 2-lot subdivision was approved by an Environment Court consent order. And in those circumstances, we do not know what was relied on in creating or drafting those conditions, or whether those conditions were simply the result of a pragmatic approach by the parties desirous of settlement, as could quite well be the case. Of course, there's been enormous change to the Wanaka environment in the past 20 years since the consent notice conditions were written. And while they were probably appropriate at the time, the condition to prohibit further subdivision doesn't seem to be relevant given the level and breadth of development which has occurred in the intervening years in that area. Mr. Sotheby's evidence refers to examples of subdivision in the Halliday Road area, which he notes were approved on a non-notified basis. Water supply, Mr. Sotheby's covered that in his evidence, but he has confirmed that potable water is available to the site, either from the current supply, which is with Lot 1, and the details of that he'll identify, or from an additional bore, which he considers could well service the site if required. Proposed conditions, I simply confirm that the draft conditions proposed, if the application is granted, are acceptable to the applicant. And I confirm that the applicant agrees to a condition requiring the establishment and maintenance of the landscape planting as proposed by Mr. Baxter in his evidence. So in summary, it's my submission that obviously that the application is to subdivide the property into 2 lots. It's a balanced bare land block that the application relates to. The property contains established plantation of mature trees and mature trees on the periphery of the site for Lot 2. The application includes a request to vary the 2 consent notice conditions, which I've already covered, and just to reiterate that there is evidence and in fact observation can be made demonstrating that Wanaka is a significantly different place, the surrounding Wanaka area, than that which it was 20 years ago. Additionally, vegetation on the subject property and surrounding properties has matured significantly in the 20 years since then, which has resulted in the site being screened. The proposal will provide some positive effects in my submission. The proposal includes additional landscape planting, which may otherwise not be provided on site. The landscaping will enhance the amenity of the property and the surrounding area. The proposal will provide an additional rural living allotment in proximity to Wanaka. There is extraordinary demand for rural living opportunities in that area, and the subdivision will provide an alternative without affecting productive rural land or open space. This particular site in my submission seems to be a natural option for the proposed development. Council's Section 42A report writer recommends the application be declined, given his key concerns relating to lot size, increased density, and the resulting shift away from the intended rural zone. I submit that the evidence in support of the application clearly demonstrates that his concerns can be addressed effectively. And those factors, which I've simply summarised, are as follows. There is no minimum lot size prescribed in the rural zone, and it follows that that is the intention of the district plan. There are already existing small rural living blocks within the Halliday Road area, which do not degrade from the surrounding rural landscape. The site itself lends very well to being an additional rural living site. All affected parties have approved the application. There is obviously the evidence of Mr. Baxter outlining the very careful design controls for the buildings and appropriate landscaping, which will mitigate the visual effects of the subdivision. The exposure to public view is very limited, not just from planting, but from the site itself. And the fact that, as identified earlier, because of the location of the proposed new site being in front of the existing location and not beside, the intensity is limited if the proposal was granted. Smaller rural living lots are a valid part of the rural zone fabric, just as large open spaces are. So given the above factors, I submit the effects on the environment of the proposed subdivision are no more than minor, and the consent should be granted.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nolan, for those very comprehensive submissions. It's been really helpful. I have a couple of questions that I'll hand over to Commissioner Sinclair. And these are, so the first one is just in terms of paragraph 14 and the paragraphs that follow in relation to the minimum lot size. This is a matter of interpretation of the district plan, where it says a variety of lot sizes is essential for the regular functioning of the rural zone, where a variety of land uses are expected. I guess it depends on how you read that. I mean, the plan clearly provides for rural residential zones and rural lifestyle zones, but is your interpretation that the rural zone, in terms of the variety of land use expected, also includes residential development within that? Because that seems to be where your argument is heading. Or could you read that as being rural land uses such as agriculture, horticulture, viticulture that are associated with the more commonly associated with the rural zone itself?
Yes, I suppose my interpretation is that rural residential living can form part of that zone. I suppose I say that because it does exist, so it can be seen in the rural zone already. So it is in existence already, and it's not precluded. It's also an observation that rural living does exist in the rural area. Certainly, it's accepted that it has to be scattered or intermittent with open space and agricultural or horticultural pursuits. It wouldn't be rural if it was completely covered in small lifestyle blocks. I totally accept that. That's the rural lifestyle zone. That's the purpose of that, and I appreciate that. But I certainly do consider that small residential rural sites that sit comfortably within the landscape and seamlessly do form part of the rural zone and can form part of the rural zone.
So the next question is paragraph 24, and actually I had this identified as a question for Mr. Sotheby as well, because this comes from his evidence, but it talks about the context and Halliday Road being a no exit road, and that generally the users will be property owners and or their guests and invitees. When we did our site visit yesterday, we noticed that there is actually a Department of Conservation track at the end of the road, and which is actually signposted from the main road. And my question is, has that been taken into account? Doesn't appear to be discussed in any of the evidence, and how should we take that into account, given that clearly does exist in the environment?
And that's accepted, and in fact you are right. I haven't mentioned it in my submissions, and perhaps should have. I suppose the submission that or what I rely on is the fact that I have been on the road several times. I haven't just made a site visit. I know the applicant, and I have been on the site several times, and in my observation there have not been any cyclists or pedestrians, but clearly those who travel to the commencement of the track could well be in vehicles. I mean, it's entirely possible that they do bike as well. I haven't noticed them at all during the times that I've been there, and there isn't a specific track. But certainly it's accepted that people could travel to the commencement of the track and then walk the track and potentially come back. So those people would be people outside the landowners and invitees. So yeah, that's definitely accepted.
Okay. And would that make any difference to your submission then?
Well, the difference is that potentially the road users are different, but I don't believe their view of the property is any different from anybody else in their vehicle. So even though that has potential to increase the users on the road, their view of the property is the same. It's limited, it's filtered, they're probably within a vehicle, so their view is limited further by the fact they're inside a car. If they are walking on the road or cycling, again, the view is limited, as the commissioners would have seen, but certainly there is opportunity to look at it for a longer period of time if they're walking.
Thank you. So my last two questions are sort of connected, but concern the existing no subdivision consent notice condition that's obviously requested to be varied. And I guess just as a general question, I'm going to put this to Mr. Sotheby as well, but you've talked a little bit in your submission about what has changed or not changed since that was put in place. And I suppose you're relying on the context of the wider environment of Wanaka in 2002, and that is in terms of, I suppose, consented development and the extent of development that has been occurred, and we've had a very good description of that throughout the evidence. But you haven't mentioned the planning instruments, and in particular the thrust of the new proposed district plan, which is operative in most respects. I'm interested in your view of how the planning instruments and the planning framework actually, I suppose, would view this development as opposed to the operative plan at the time, which is up until recently the plan that was in force and under which most of the previous development has been consented, including those 2018 consents. So yes, it's obvious from any sort of view of the last 20 years that there has been considerable development, but how does the planning framework differ from what existed back in 2001, and how does that assist your case?
I'm probably, and I'll have to be honest, probably not familiar with the detailed changes. The reading that I have done in respect to the proposed plan and the changes tends to be more protective. I feel it reads like it is protective of the rural environment. And I suppose if I was looking at it by itself, so not looking at what's actually happened on the landscape and simply looking at paperwork, which I think that's what you're asking me to say, is to consider, is that the wording and the essence is of a more protective, wanting to the environment to be sustained in its rural form and not to be overdeveloped, possibly because it's cognizant of the fact that development tends to get away and become much more intensified unless the rules, the policies and the essence of the underlying instrument is conservative and protective. So if I'm honest, I'm not sure that the wording in the proposed plan assists the application. I would have to say that. I'm not sure that the change or any changes that are in it are favourable from what was the case in 2002. I suppose that my submissions and the evidence in support of the applicant's application have relied heavily on what's actually happened, what development has been consented under the appropriate framework at the time that those consents were granted, and just what development is actually being consented for the future. And I know that in the evidence there has been reference to the Silverlight Studio consent and of course the significant amount of residential development that's going to happen on that site. But I think, and I'd have to be very honest about that, the submission has been in line really more with what's happened on the ground, but I would have to accept without doubt that the instrument is more protective and conservative and would have been designed by those who are mindful of what's actually happening, and really the demand for development in the Wanaka area probably has to be, well, I wouldn't say curtailed, but needs to be controlled, certainly.
Thank you very much for your answer on that. And I guess that's sort of my last question is sort of tied into that, or the existence of the consent notice condition against subdivision and the impact of precedent effect. So I accept your submission that in general sense a consent to a discretionary activity doesn't set a precedent. I think that's fairly well established in the law. However, how would a decision that grants consent to vary a no subdivision order, would that, in your opinion, be more likely to set a precedent for for other areas, other consents to be granted?
Well, I suppose I would consider, I would like to say no to that, because my understanding is that each application is considered on its merits. So each application has to be considered in view of the context of the actual physical environment, so of the site itself, the context potentially of when those conditions were put in place. So that condition was created approximately 20 years ago. I think the registration is slightly later than that. But that has to be taken into account. So if there was application to further subdivide sites in the area where prohibition on subdivision existed, then the decision maker at that time would have to look at that as part and parcel of the entire application. Just because the prohibition exists, and if this application was granted, sets a precedent, because we know that that's not how precedents are set. We know that whoever is making the decision has to look at everything. So it has to take into account what was happening at the time that condition was put in place, what the changes that have occurred since, clearly the changes within the instruments that dictate how the decisions are made, but also the site itself. And I have to keep going back to that, because if you're on that site, there's very little other use that it can be put to be honest. It's not large enough for a horticultural or a agricultural pursuit in any financial sense. It lends itself to further subdivision. I probably wouldn't be making these submissions with the existence of a condition, a prohibition on subdivision, if the site was somewhere else, if it was in an open space, if it didn't look right in the environment. So yes, I accept that it's a little unusual to have to apply to remove such a prohibition, but I don't believe it would set a precedent. I think the commissioners would understand that they deal with each application on its merits. And there would be an ability for the commissioners or whoever makes the decision to distinguish this particular application from future applications if those conditions were there.
Thank you, Ms. Nola. I have no further questions, but I will hand over to Commissioner Cynthia.
Thanks, Ms. Nola. I did have quite a few questions around the objectives and policies, but I hear what you've said, that you aren't that familiar with them, so I don't think it's that fair that I put those questions to you. So
Thank you. I am a bit of a novice. I did read all of the material, but this, and you probably know, I'm not one to appear before you. So.
That's okay. You haven't appeared before me, so I won't before. So I appreciate your honesty. So I'll just park those conditions and put them to the other experts.
Oh, I appreciate that.
If that's agreeable to you, because I definitely don't think it's fair that I put you through that. Just on that point about the consent notice, I was around 20 years ago, and my name is actually on the bottom of the original subdivision of that site. And those that I am familiar with the site from that 20-year-old subdivision. That consent notice came about from the assessment matters of the operative district plan, which was about maintaining open space, allowing subdivision to perhaps put the two sites together, but protect open space around it. And that was one of I guess one of the tools of the assessment matters at the time. And that's probably why it's on there. The PDP has a similar toolbox in the assessment matters about maintaining open space, and I don't see that there's been a big change in that. And I just wondered if you were in a position to answer that. We still have the same toolbox for protecting open space, and if an applicant was to offer a consent notice about maintaining open space. So it's been around a long time, and I'm just conscious of the questions that Commissioner Taylor has asked you on that, and if we are to lift that up, it seems we've almost going backwards from the ODP, which seems to be stronger in the PDP. But I just wonder if you had a response to that.
Well, no, not really, because I totally appreciate that you will have more knowledge of the site and the reason for the way in which that consent was formed and that the condition was placed on that. So I was unaware of what actually led to the condition, given that it was a consent court order in the end. So no, I appreciate that, but there probably isn't anything I can add to that. I totally appreciate, as I've said, that the proposed plan appears to be, well, equally as conservative and protective of those rural characteristics like open space. So I appreciate that the legal environment hasn't changed, and if anything, potentially has strengthened as a boundary for the desire to develop in the not just in the Wanaka area, but the whole Southern Lakes area. I mean, there's such high demand for development that I appreciate that the instruments that dictate how the decisions will be made has to be conservative. So I really can't argue with that. I have to accept that that's the case.
And just the one last question on that is not on that, but just on your submission, was that I seem to read it that your conclusion in paragraph 79, it seems mainly based on the environmental effects. It doesn't seem to bring in the objectives and policies tests that we look at as well. Would that be a fair conclusion there, that you haven't really looked at the objectives and policies?
Well, it's a fair conclusion that they're not included in the summary, that is for sure.
But it is included in the evidence, but you just haven't sort of covered that because of your honesty.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I certainly had a look at the I've certainly read the relevant policies and objectives and went through the plan, but I didn't, and I certainly accept I haven't responded to those in my closing submissions, that have definitely relied on facts and physical matters. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was all I had.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nola. Well, I'll hand back to you to call your next witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brock, as I said, is a trustee of Charlie's Trust, the registered owner of the property, and she's put in a short statement which she'll read now.
Thank you, Ms. Brock, and welcome. We'll just find, I think we've got a copy of this. I'll just hold fire for a second.
I think it's in our evidence. So, Ms. Brock, are you going to read the same statement that you submitted to council?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay. Right. So it's another statement. So there's a paper war going on here. We'll just find the.
I think it's attached.
So the pre-circular.
Yeah, the pre-circular.
Thank you, Ms. Brock.
Great, thank you. I just thought it would be good to put a bit of context around the motivation behind this application, a bit of background of my involvement with the property since we purchased it as well. So my name's Charlotte Brock, currently residing at Peas and Moorings near Cromwell. I'm a trustee of Charlie's Trust, so the applicant, and making this statement in support of the application, obviously, to subdivide the property. It comprises of 2.9 hectares of land, well-established trees, accommodation lodge surrounded by the gardens, which is known as Maple Lodge, and a beer paddock. The lodge building, I'm not sure if you got up close to that yesterday, comprises of an accommodation wing. So there's 7 en-suited bedrooms, a kitchenette, and a large guest lounge dining room at the eastern end of the property. And on the western side, it's an accommodation wing for the owners. So there's 2 bedrooms, an office, bathroom, laundry, and an open plan kitchen and living. So I've attached a couple of photos to refer to there of the property. So the property was purchased back in October 2017. We purchased it to continue running the property as a luxury bed and breakfast, which is how it was established when we purchased the property. At the time, 99% of my guests were foreign travellers. They were staying in the lodge for 1 to 3 nights at a time. I continued the operation in a full-time capacity while living on site and maintaining the buildings and grounds. Obviously, when the COVID pandemic began around the 25th of March in 2020, the New Zealand closed its borders to international visitors. This had a significant impact on the business, resulting in about a 70% decrease in the lodge income. After the lockdown period was over, I needed to reconsider the way I operated that business then. So in approximately May 2020, I moved off site and in with family near Cromwell, mainly living there for the next year until May last year, when I moved into a rental property at Pisa Moorings in Cromwell. So I did this to allow me to market Maple Lodge to New Zealand guests as a complete package, where people come in and hire the whole property for their holiday accommodation. Because there was only one kitchen in the building, that is why that happened. Guests obviously need access to a full kitchen if they're there for a lengthy stay. Also that laundry and additional bedrooms, so group bookings can come in for the lengthy period of time. This business model is considerably less remunerative than the former, when I was hosting bed and breakfast guests to international tourists. Income from the business has dropped considerably, and so I'm now supplementing the income with a sheep breeding program and some casual orchard work down here in Cromwell. And so regrettably, I've had no option but to rent the alternative accommodation. Just a bit about the sheep breeding. So my sheep breeding program commenced in the spring 2019, involves breeding and grazing of a rare Swiss Valais black-nosed sheep breed. The main part of the breeding cycle is undertaken on a farming property near Gore, with sheep being grazed at Gore and a handful at Maple Lodge on the bare paddock there. I imported the embryos from the United Kingdom in 2019 with the intention to have the sheep as an attraction for my international guests. So there's a photo there where there has been sheep actually at the property. I do continue to intend running this program. So a bit about my other motivation for the application. I've chosen to pursue an application to subdivide the paddock block from the lodge block. Essentially, this is to enable me to again live on site by building a dwelling there for myself one day. I propose to have the Valais black-nosed grazing in designated areas on both blocks. So I've read the section 42A report, and some of this has been covered already, but I'll just briefly summarise my comments on it as well. So in terms of the effect on the environment, the proposed new building platform can only be seen from the road frontage, given the existing mature trees and vegetation on the property itself and the neighbouring properties. As we've talked about, Halliday Road is a dead-end road. There's no through traffic. The only people who see the property, and therefore any new dwelling on the property, are people coming to the lodge or going to neighbouring properties. All affected neighbours have given their approval for the application. The property cannot be seen from State Highway 6. I've also walked up Mount Iron many times, and you can barely make out the lodge from up there, or any neighbouring buildings. And I believe this subdivision is going to make no noticeable impact on the overall view. Any new dwelling would barely be visible given the addition of proposed landscape plantings, and as referred to previously, that's planting that may not have happened otherwise. Since owning the property, there have been various approved subdivisions in the Halliday Road area, and so that's just in the last 4 and a bit years, resulting in rural residential blocks of land close by of a similar size to the proposed subdivided lots. And I've included a photo there of an example of one such subdivision that has been approved recently in relation to this current property. But despite that, there are still going to be 2 significantly sized open partial land plots on Halliday Road, owned by the Medius Wanaka Limited and Francis Taylor. And I believe they are going to balance any minor visual or density impacts that this subdivision is going to have on the overall Halliday Road area. In addition, Halliday Road is within the main corridor of land to the east of State Highway 6 between the Wanaka Township and the airport. I believe this corridor will be subject to increasing development and density, especially with the approval of film studios, which is only a short distance from the property. So I consider this application fits well within the overall approved development of the natural landscape in the wider area. That's all, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brock. I just have, that's really helpful. Just a quick question on the property owned by Francis Taylor and the, oh, so that's the block to the north, isn't it, directly to the block? And is that the one where there's been there was a barn or something which has actually been
Subdivided.
recently subdivided? Yeah, but did the barn actually exist before the subdivision occurred?
Yes, it did, yeah.
It did, yeah. I did wonder about that because it looked as if it was sort of reasonably old. That's on our site, doesn't it? Yeah.
Is that the barn when we were walking down?
Yes,
On the right, same side of
by the dock track entrance.
Right, okay.
I think that's the one, isn't it?
That's right, yeah, 2 big wooden gates.
Yes, with the rabbit fencing built into the gates.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, that one, and it's called River Run.
Okay.
The name of the large property. Yeah, right. Thank you. And just in terms of your motivation for the application, this is actually an application for subdivision and identification of a building platform. But given your motivation is actually to create a dwelling for you to actually live in on site, was thought given to actually just applying for consent for a dwelling on the site as opposed to a subdivision and a building platform? And why, you know?
Well, I guess it was considered at the time, but it's not really future-proofing any options down the track if the building ever isn't needed. You know, it would never be able to be sold or used by anyone else separate from the current property.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, I've just got two questions, Ms. Brock. One was just back to the site, just a follow-on question from Commissioner Taylor. Was any thought given to siting the building further in that depression closer to the lodge?
Yeah, again, it was considered, but to actually get down the hill, it was going to have to be quite close to the northern boundary by that point. If the building was to be sort of hidden down the hill a bit. So yeah, I felt that where it was positioned, at least set it back from the boundary a bit further, and still, and just sort of visually, I thought would make the blocks look a little more even.
And just my last question was, do you know, I know it's before your time, probably since you bought it, I think it was 2017, is that when you bought the property? Yep. Do you know when the trees around the periphery of the site were planted?
The eucalyptus trees, do you mean, or the oak trees on the driveway?
Probably the oak and the eucalyptus.
I wouldn't know about the eucalyptus, to be honest, but because I believe they were already there when the original blocks were even subdivided from the main farm, perhaps, or built.
Which one were those? Is that the eucalyptus were already there?
Yeah, eucalyptus. And the pin oaks, they were probably planted about the time that the Wilsons and Mr. McGregor bought the blocks and put the driveway in.
Okay.
Which I don't know exactly, but approximately 20 years ago, probably.
And would they be the pin oaks? I think the pin oaks along the road frontage as well. Would that be those as well?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brock. I'm just looking at the time. With Zoom meetings, I think it's actually quite good to take a few breaks here and there. So I wonder if we should take a 10-minute adjournment, just comfort stop and resume the hearing at 10:30. Thank you.
Thank you. one side, Mouse Lodge, and then the Wilson dwelling as well. So it's effectively got 3 homes already.
Thank you, everyone. Sorry about that. I just had a bit of trouble getting our screens. Oh, lovely. We're back again. So thank you. Ms. Nola, I'll hand back to you to call your next witness, please.
Yes, so I'm going to call Mr. Baxter now to
Yes.
address his evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Baxter. So you're going to refer to your written pre-circulated evidence? Is that right? Or have we got something
I
else?
just unmuted myself. There we go. Yes. Yeah. Good morning. And I'm sorry about the headphones, but it's an open plan office, so
It's okay. That's, I normally use headphones if I'm
yeah. But the cat seems to be sleeping through it all. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Lucky you to have a cat in your office.
You know, it's that's one of the Burmese in the office. He doesn't seem to be too worried.
He's not worried at all.
Yeah. Now, look, I'm just going to go through my evidence, through my statement, and then just summarize a few points. As I said in that statement, I didn't want to repeat a lot of matters that have been raised in the original landscape assessment undertaken last year. But if I just go through to what I consider to be the prescient issues in this one, which a lot of them have been covered by council. If I go through to page 3, we all know that that Halliday Road is a no exit road, and I'm on to paragraph 10, with approximately 20 residential dwellings. And I do note that in the evidence in one of the sheets that's put forward by Mr. Sotheby, it's quite clear that there are 5 lots which are on Halliday Road, which are smaller than this site here. But so I describe Halliday Road there, and I think you've been to the site yesterday. And one thing I found particularly interesting from my original photographs that I went back to the site last weekend from my original photographs on taken August last year, middle of the winter, looking at those laurel hedge along the side and how much those have grown since last time. So there has already been a bit of a change in the character along that road, which I'll refer to as I get onto my evidence. I think everyone understands the site. You've already been to the site and the wider landscape context, but I think that my paragraph 13 states, in general, the existing vegetation and housing patterns within the Halliday Road terrace landscape are well established and define that landscape. And that's where I refer to that landscape. In effect, the landscape at the moment is becoming more and more semi-rural residential, because as you turn off from Halliday Road, there does appear to be the landowner there has planted a continuous laurel hedge right along the edge with maple and oak along the edge. So it's an interesting quasi-rural residential entry into the site. I talk about then the changes that occurred on the plan, and they've been summarised, and those were in response to a original the RFI memo raised by Mr. Denny, and those changes were quite clear, which really included more planting on the site, and the amalgamation of the originally proposed access way, which came in from the northwest corner of the site and now comes in on the existing driveway. I'll just go through that. The application itself, paragraph number 17, once again, and the commissioners would be familiar with my response on this, and we are required to put up 4 5.5 metre poles on each corner of the building platform. But of course, that bears, from my point of view, that only indicates where the corners of the building platform are, and it bears absolutely no relation to the bulk and scale of a dwelling which may occur on that site. And I'm sure you've heard me say this before, but what we're proposing there is a maximum 450 square metre platform with a requirement for gables or flat roof with a slightly lower height on a flat roof. So it's important to remember that what we have there with those poles bears absolutely no resemblance to a dwelling that would occur on the site in terms of bulk and location. The curtilage area is well described and goes out towards the north, down to that dip you were discussing prior to the break. And then the planting is well shown on the site, and that planting was undertaken in response to matters raised by council officers and the amendments which occurred from that, and fairly substantial on that. The design controls we are familiar with. 60%, which is 450 square meters, a 5.5 meter high building, and recessive roof materials and controls related to roof pitch, etc. Yeah, in effect, setting out what would we expect to be seen as a traditional rural residential dwelling on the site. I'll drop straight into the landscape assessment. With the operative district plan, paragraph number 24. And I agree with Mr. Denny in his description of that. It fits well into the Arcadian landscape description. It is a pleasant and picturesque rural landscape in the Upper Basin. And I also agree with Mr. Denny that there is no consistent pattern of lot sizes or shapes with the larger farm blocks and pockets or regular shaped lifestyle lots, and a few very small residential type blocks. When I say a few, yeah, it's probably 50-50, because there are, like I said, there are six lots along Halliday Road, which are smaller in scale than the proposed 1.025 hectares of this lot. This is a heavily treed landscape.
Sorry, Mr. Bexley, can I just interrupt you on?
Sure, anytime.
Yeah, just in terms of the smaller in scale, I mean, I think that's certainly a fact. But when you look at some of those earlier subdivisions and the fact that they have got quite large areas of covenanted land around them, have you taken that context into account?
Not the legal covenanted land. Yes, I agree that the smaller lots have quite a lot of land open around them, where in effect this one does too, and to the north, south, and west. So I approach not from a covenant.
It's not in the ownership of this property though, whereas in some of those other ones, it is. Those covenants will endure in perpetuity, presumably, although we know that they can be challenged.
Yes, well, I mean, that would be subject to a future consent. All I can do is assess the character of the existing landscape. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Yeah. So the proposed dwelling on my paragraph 26 will fit within that established landscape, not outside it, which I think is quite clear from the site visit. I do note there, and interestingly, I always look at the other options, and I say on 26 that my opinion would be considerably different had this proposed dwelling be located on the western side of Halliday, Halliday Road, in that more open pastoral landscape. In terms of visibility, I concur with Mr. Dean's statements in regards from State Highway 6 and Mount Iron. I find that there's a disconnect in his statements in regards to visibility from Halliday Road, where he states that the views of the proposed building platform curtilage would be intermittent and diffused along Halliday Road, and then he notes that this would result in prominence that would detract from views from Halliday Road. In my opinion, that view from Halliday Road, and I agree with it, would be brief and fleeting as travelling along the road, and would only be detracting in terms of increased presence of dwellings. I also have, I'm familiar with that little dock sign at the end of the road, which is basically an unformed tractor style over the unformed track, which giving access to the river up by the river run entry point. but that doesn't change my opinion, and this is just in response to the matter that the Commissioner raised before, because my assessment is based on public use on public roads, and members of the public would that are accessing that track would be subject to the same potential raft of effects that we've discussed in this application. Fire risk, Mr. Denny makes quite a comment about the fire risk. I'm reasonably cautious about that because I understand the fire risk associated is well documented on Mount Iron. This is an isolated small group of Kānaka, and I really don't think it's anything to fall on. And in terms of the effects of fire, it's probably outside the scope of my evidence, but all I can say, or the scope of my experience, but all I can say is that's a very isolated small piece of Kānaka. So I don't think it's issue that too much weight should be given to in terms of landscape risk. Form and density. This has already been discussed in some way, and I won't go through it in detail. But is really utilising the existing pattern of development on the east side of Halliday Road. An agreement there that the development will not be visually prominent, and the effects on the wider rural amenity will be low to very low. And paragraph 32 will barely visible from public viewpoints. Cumulative effects. Mr. Den notes that existing subdivision developments is mixed in the local area. There is no consistent pattern of lot sizes and shapes. And I think that this is a substantive part of the landscape effects here. Well, Halliday Road seems to be reasonably unique in the fact that it's not a consistent lot sizes. It's not your standard 1 hectare rural residential lot size, and there's a real mix in here. And I consider that his statement is a realistic statement that describes the existing pattern of settlement on the site. I do not agree with the statement on paragraph of his statement in terms of the displacement of open space, because the open space character of this site is defined by the mix of rural residential blocks and open pastoral landscape or paddocks on this site, and this site is proposed to be located within an existing pattern of rural residential development that occurs on the east side of Halliday Road. I was asked to comment on the Silverlight Film Studio, but I think that the scope and scale of that development is probably not something that we can hold in every application that comes through in Wanaka, and I tend to put that one aside. Yes, as I do probably the Mount Iron Junction site as well. Not so much relevance in terms of landscape effects on this. From the operative district plan, there's really a continuation of what I've discussed, because there's a lot of overlap between the operative and the proposed district plan. But
oh, sorry, Mr. Baxter, was that, it does say on page 8, it does say operative.
Sorry, that's supposed to be proposed
it's
district plan.
PDP, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, that's actually a typo. Sorry, I was just getting to that. Yeah. Yeah. Take out operative. Already discussed that. This is the proposed district plan. Yep. Landscape quality and character. I agree with most of the four bullet point description in his paragraph 50. And his paragraph 51, which states collectively it is a rural countryside of larger open partial crop lots over gently rolling land, occasionally broken by smaller lots. But from my point of view, and as I state later on, there appears to be a comfortable coexistence between the land uses, and that land use and density typifying the Halliday Road landscape. The Halliday Road landscape trees appears to me to be a transitional landscape between the more intensive residential landscapes found west of the Cardrona River and the more open rural landscapes east of this site here, moving out towards Corbridge and into the wider upper Hawea landscape. Yeah, to that end, the potential adverse effects arising from a post-development in this context would be low, given that unique transitional character of the landscape, which we're talking about today. The visual amenity, certainly not could be described as visually prominent. I agree with Mr. Denny's statement that the only area of visual prominence of the proposed development is from directly adjacent on Halliday Road with a relatively small viewing audience. Design and density and design. The proposed development does not displace an open field as stated by Mr. Denny. We have an area of land here approximately 90 by 90 meters, which is planted around the sides, as Offansted was planting, with the backdrop of the lodge planted behind it. I think an open field is probably a more apt description of the land that exists to the west of Halliday Road rather than the site in question in this hearing. I agree with Mr. Denny, cumulative effects that paragraph 41, that the subject property is one of the smaller lifestyle lots along Halliday Road, but has some absorption capacity for development due to its limited visibility and the surrounding context of varying land sizes and land uses. To that end, the proposed development will not compromise the open character of the site. My conclusion reads and basically summarizes what it is here, but in terms of this site, just sometimes you end up at a hearing where there's a certain landscape logic that has to apply to, and putting together covenants and everything, and just talking from landscape logic, there is a certain unique quality to this site and to the wider Halliday Road that I believe supports the one more lot on this site comfortably in this landscape. And sometimes it's a common sense landscape logic approach which moves on from the assessment matters. But however, taking into account the assessment matters, I believe still support with this application. So I can take questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baxter. I'll hand over to Commissioner Sinclair to start with, and then I've got a couple of follow-up questions.
Thanks, Mr. Baxter. I just wanted to check on just an incomplete sentence in paragraph 34. You'll see it finishes the second line from the end of the paragraph. It just says and I just wondered if you had anything else that you wanted to have written in there.
No, you can just remove the word and.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. Mr. Baxter, I wanted to just ask you about if you had any knowledge of the trees and when they were planted around the periphery of the site, and if it was part of the landscape plan that was approved by B&S Wilson. And where I'm wanting to get to is relating that back to the assessment matters of both plans and the preamble part of the assessment matters about existing vegetation and whether that can be taken into account. I think it's a date, and I haven't got, unfortunately, I don't have the assessment matter in front of me, but I think there's a date in there that sort of
Isn't it 2000?
It's 2000 and something. I think it's 2002, perhaps. But someone will be able to tell me that date and whether we can or whether we can't include that planting as beneficial.
If it's I've looking at them, and I've just got photographs in front of me here, which I took the other day. 2002. That's 20 years ago. Those maples do not appear. They'll be close to that age, but looking at the growth rates around here, they're reasonably good growth rates, and I think they're probably, to be honest, they're probably younger than 20 years. Right. Yeah, but I'm not, and I'm sorry, I don't have. If they were part of the previous consent requirement to plant along that, well, then that would remove the discussion we're having here, and they could be taken into account, obviously. But I think we need to find. I'm not aware of the previous landscape plan, but I don't think it'd be hard to find it.
Okay, and Mr. Baxter, just your understanding on that preamble to the assessment matters. I recall that was around the time where people were planting out their boundaries to get trees established, so then they could rely on the trees as a way of mitigating the visibility. Was that sort of what along roadside planting? Is that your understanding, or have I got that wrong?
Yes, it was basically to stop people planting large shelter belts, which we've seen happen along Malligan's Road and all over the place. So they plant them and then they come back 10 years ago and say, well, they can't see the trees. But having said that, we don't rely really on the existing pin oak trees. There's only 6 of them alongside with large gaps in between. My assessment matter really wouldn't change a great deal if they weren't there.
Thanks for clearing that up.
Yep.
The other questions I had were about your advice on all about this. The district plan thrust is all about open landscape, and I just wanted to ask your opinion on: is there a difference between open space and open landscape?
Oh. Not from my point of view. There may be an environment court decision that discusses and defines that, but I can't answer that question. Yeah, I mean, open space to me is open. It's clear, open across open landscape. Open space is a clear, extensive views where there is an extensive view which is able to be enjoyed by the public. And the absence of boundary planting or development, whatever.
And I know you, Mr. Denny, that's one of your key differences, whether you consider this as open space or open landscape, and Mr. Denny considers it is. But for our understanding, wherever we land, that if we land that it is open space, if there's no definition to say that open space just can't be that site, it could be views across the wider landscape, or there's no problem with our understanding of that. If it's open, it's open. We just have to work out where we sit.
Yep, I probably will just need to refer back to that and look into that. Maybe it's something that can come back in clarification through council in the summary or written summary.
Right, yeah, I was just looking at I was particularly interested in the wording of the plan. There's all the policies and objectives, and I'll probably come to the planners on this. All refer to open landscape, not open space. And I won't put you through those particular wording. It would probably something the planners might be able to help me with as well.
Well, I may pass that one on to Matt. It's something I can discuss with them. Sorry about that, Matt.
I just want to understand if there was a difference between open space and open landscape. That's all right. The other question I had was to do with just describing the differences between the VAL and the RCL. Do they want different outcomes, or do you see the outcomes under the ODP VAL and under the PDP RCL as similar, or do you see that there are differences?
Depends which basin you're in, I think, doesn't it? I see the RCL in the Upper Clutha Basin as being reasonably similar to the existing VAL.
Okay. Right. Oh, and just Mr. Denny raised an issue regarding your, probably would have been your original landscape report, was not sufficiently detailed in regard to the assessment of the effects on landscape character. And I just wondered, your evidence seems to have filled in those gaps quite a bit, but I will check with Mr. Denny to make sure that that's not an issue anymore. But do you have any response to that sort of issue that he did raise originally?
Well, I mean, I considered my first one was adequate, but in response to Mr. Denny, we added more flesh to the assessment.
Oh, and the last part of clarification was the original, in the agenda that we had, you had the range of attachments A through to E, and they weren't included in our agenda. I know that they're now submitted in your evidence. Are they the same? Were there any differences that, were they just a complete omission from the landscape report, and now that we've got the complete set?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realise you didn't have it, because my statement of evidence has a slightly different, it has A to G, so hopefully you've got that in front of you.
We had A to E originally in your landscape report, which we didn't receive.
No, I know that.
But we now, we've got your now evidence. Just want to make sure we had whatever you wanted us to have.
Yeah, I would want you to have the ones A to G. Yeah.
A to G.
Yes, that's right.
Have we got A to G? Yes, we have. Yeah, great. Just one last question on the approved landscaping around the lodge building. Does that just continue on to be protected, or is there any changes that need to be made with the proposal, or is it just the sites get separated and suddenly they're both protected, or is it, you know what I mean? Is there any variations that are required, or is it?
I wouldn't have thought there's any variation required. The original requirements for the lodge stay in place, and what we're proposing is additional to that.
Okay. That was all I had, Mr. Baxter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Sinclair. Mr. Baxter, just a couple of questions from me. I guess one of the thorny issues that arises in these kinds of application is around the cumulative effects, particularly both on the site and the wider environment.
Yep.
And I'm just interested in, your view of, where we're sitting in respect of the threshold of this particular site, and I'm going to put this question to Mr. Denny as well, actually, and also in terms of the receiving environment, and where would that leave the receiving environment if this consent was to be granted?
Right. Well, the receiving environment's been well described.
Yes.
Any effects arising from this additional lot in the receiving environment, as you've seen on site, it would be barely noticeable in terms of receiving environment, given the unique qualities of the site that is being applied for. And I think that's the important thing. My assessment matters based on the unique qualities of the existing site, its existing containing landscape. And I did make a comment as to should this application have been located out in the middle, west of Halliday Road, in the middle of the more open landscape. And open landscape is described as a landscape which is unmodified. Then the potential effects, the rating of those effects would have gone from low to considerably higher. It's the unique qualities of this site which give rise to very low adverse effect.
Well, that in itself is interesting because, effectively, if you look at the history of the site, you've got, a site that was consented. It's now been intensified and developed. And then the argument seems to be that because of that intensification and development, that more development can therefore be absorbed into that site. So I guess the question is, how does that reconcile with the objectives and policies of the PDP in terms of where is that heading in terms of the wider environment? Does that mean that sites that have already been domesticated could be ripe for future development, whereas sites that have remained open and more rural in character? Because I think the evidence here is that this site does now exhibit more characteristics which are more akin to a rural lifestyle block, and arguably may end up being more rural residential in its character. Do you have any comments on that?
I understand where you're coming from, and probably the scenario is, does someone up the north start intensively planting their site to enable them to come forward with an application in 10 years' time? No, I think that.
I'm not implying it was deliberate at all, but I'm just.
No, I don't think it's deliberate. Well, I know it's not. There is on the site just immediately south of the site, and there are some substantial trees there which are definitely older than 20 years old, where there could be another, I believe on the east side, on the south side of the existing driveway, there could, it looks, with due respect, probably the wrong word, but ripe for another lot in there. But it's only, I'm only taking into account the long established landscape patterns of the wider Halliday Road, not the more recent plantings that's been undertaken in and around the site. So looking at the historic pattern of development, I think that this accommodates a site, but those wider open more landscapes, if a landowner was to start planting trees and to start changing that landscape, it wouldn't change my opinion in the context of this hearing. Does that answer the question? Sorry. It's a,
yeah, I know it's a tricky one to answer.
Yeah, it's a.
I hear what I guess I'm trying to get at, looking in terms of the plan itself and the PDP and the objectives and policies and assessment methods that are now in place or largely in place, would seem to, I mean, the argument for the thrust of the argument behind this application seems to be, well, because the site has been intensively developed and does have characteristics more of a rural lifestyle block, that those sites can absorb development, whereas the more rural sites, and we've already heard from Ms. Nola, which I agree with, that the PDP is more conservative with respect to development in the RCL. I guess, sort of that what we're hearing as well, because the site's been intensively developed, it can absorb more development. But is that inconsistent with the objectives and policies of the plan for the RCL? Just because it has been, it does attribute those characteristics.
Yeah, yes, it's an interesting one, because this Halliday Road's a bit of a grey area in the middle. And if we had the same application on Mount Barker Road, or we had it on Maxwell Road or somewhere else on a closer rural road in the Wanaka area, it would be a different approach to the assessment matters, because that landscape is largely undeveloped. But it's the unique characteristics of Halliday Road and that experience of Halliday Road and the scatterings of small rural residential lots of a similar size to this one, which enabled me to give that supporting assessment. And I really come back to the unique qualities, those transitional qualities of the Halliday Road landscape.
And I suppose that leads to the question, well, where does that end for Halliday Road?
Well, it would be subject to the next resource consent application, I imagine.
Yeah, which is effectively the answer that Ms. Nola gave as well. No, it's just an interesting one, isn't it? Because, this is a transitional area, and where does it transition to under the PDP, I suppose, is one of the questions.
Yes, yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go.
Mr. Baxter, just on that Halliday Road grey area, I see the Upper Clutha Environmental Society have said that, I think they've called it a priority area under the Objectives and Policies Strategic Direction chapter. Are you up to date with where those priority areas are, and have they been mapped? Have they been identified? Are those, you might want to push that out to planners, those questions, but I just want to understand where that chapter 3 is at in terms of those priority areas.
No, I'm sorry, I haven't kept in touch on a weekly basis. It's a moving target at the moment.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll ask those of council planners, or Mr. Sotheby might be able to help me there.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you. I'll just have one more, and this is occurred from Ms. Nola's legal submissions, and I'm looking at paragraph 53, Roman 4, and this is around the boundaries for the lot size. And it says lot 1 contains consent for rural visitor accommodation, and has been sized in accordance with the landowner's instructions, taking into account the natural delineation between the developed end of the site and the undeveloped end of the site. And I'm just interested in your opinion of the use of the word natural delineation there, and would you describe that as a natural delineation in landscape terms?
No, not in landscape terms, it's a fence. Yeah.
Yes, well, I don't even know that it's a fence. Actually, I hate to say, we were struggling to work out where the boundaries were, sort of, and why it didn't seem to be the entire the entire manicured part of which is around the lodge. There's obviously a large field there that's mowed, but I'm not sure that actually was the fence, but perhaps Mr. Sotheby can answer that one. So.
I don't think that there's a natural delineation. That, I mean, just look across that paddock, it's looking east from Halliday Road towards the lodge, there is the more manicured garden, which basically fades out into the site. It's a transition. It's the end of the garden. Yeah, it's hard to describe.
Oh, well, I'll perhaps ask, because I think that was one of our questions, as to where actually is the boundary, but it didn't seem to us to be where the garden.
The proposed boundary
proposed boundary. Yes.
Right. The proposed boundary is actually further over, and it was really the proposed boundary, which runs on that northern alignment. Was not parallel to Halliday Road, is in there to protect as much as possible the existing landscape values of the lodge. So, I mean, it could have been put along the fence, but it's been pulled across so that we can protect those trees that sit along. And I'm sorry, I've got Google Earth sitting on my other screen here, so I'm talking to that. To protect those existing trees, and the client, which and I agreed to protect some larger existing trees that exist within the lodge site.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Okay, thank you. That clarifies that. I think Commissioner Simpley has covered most of the other matters I wanted to raise. So thank you very much, Mr. Baxter.
Yep.
Appreciate your evidence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Nola.
Thank you. And now Mr. Sotheby again will speak to his evidence.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sotheby. And I think we have had some evidence supplied, a further summary supplied this morning.
Yes, I quickly just forwarded through a couple of plans that I'll speak to, as well as the plans that are already in the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Let's go. That'd be great.
So, first of all, perhaps while we're on the topic of the boundaries, is it worth opening up scheme plan, please? W1482D. I forwarded that through this morning, but I can try and do a screen share.
Yes, thank you. It's on the back of the.
Oh, yes.
Yes, it's on the other side.
Aha, thank you.
So, as Mr. Baxter pointed out, the proposed boundary line doesn't follow the existing manicured fence line, and that's very obvious on the scheme plan.
Yes.
The one reason for that is, as Mr. Baxter said, to retain some of those trees in the ownership of the lodge. The other reason, and the more important reason that was described to me by Charlotte, was that she wanted to retain a small area to continue with her sheep breeding. So that triangle of the lighter green paddock type land, the intent was that she will continue to do sheep breeding and that will be retained with the lodge. That was the way it was explained to me.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Sotheby, is that sort of down to the depression part of the land? I don't know.
No, it's not so much. Well, the depression that you can see on the scheme plan, the contour lines kind of show where the depression is. So the depression's on that northern part, and then it's slightly higher on the southern part. And Charlotte requested that both of those areas be retained, and she would continue to use them for sheep breeding.
Okay. You just referred to a small green triangle where the sheep were going to be.
I just see it light and
Is it-
in the sun there, isn't it?
Okay.
Is that the area between where the mowed section of the garden is and the boundary line drawn on? There's a sort of triangular.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thank you, Sophie.
Righto. I'll carry on. I just need to open up the screen. Here it is. So I prepared the subdivision and land use application, and we've already covered the description. And in Appendix A of my evidence, identified the nearby approved consents, which is shown on page 18 of the agenda. The 4,300 square metre Taylor Pawson blocks were approved in 2006, and all the others were approved in 2018 and 2019. So as you know, we've got the written approvals of direct neighbours and persons considered to be affected. And in the evidence, I go through possible adverse effects on the landscape values. I won't go through them in detail, but there are some salient points to cover. Throughout the Section 42A report and the Council Landscape Review, there's multiple reference to the subdivision being akin to rural lifestyle. My submitted evidence demonstrates that the density of the Halliday Basin is not similar to rural lifestyle. To my eye, there is a clear difference between the Halliday Basin, which is zoned rural, and an area of fully developed rural lifestyle zone land. For example, Camp Hill Road at Howare Flat. So on agenda page 19, we can see the Halliday Basin.
Sorry, which bundle are you referring to? The notified application?
I'm sorry, so the submitted evidence.
Submitted evidence. Thank you.
Page 19 shows the general Halliday Road area.
Yes.
And then in the and you can see there's a wide variety of lot sizes, ranging from 144 hectares, bigger ones there, 18, 25, and then there's also smaller ones, the 4,300s.
Mr. Sotheby, our 19 is slightly different. Are they
I'm sorry.
That's all right. I think is it the maps beforehand where you've identified, one's got a green circle on it.
Yeah, yep. The one with the green circle, please.
And then the other way is you've identified particular property resource consent names and numbers.
Yep, probably the one with the green circle was as good as any. Yep.
Thank you.
So what I'm getting at here is that there's a real range in lot sizes. They're just all over the place, and I think when that's contrasted with the plan that I forwarded through this morning of Camp Hill Estate, and I can hopefully that's made it through to you.
Yes.
It's a very, very regular pattern of sites that are all between 1 hectare and 3 hectares in size.
What was the zoning for the Camp Hill Estate?
This is rural lifestyle zone.
That's rural lifestyle. Okay, so that was zoned rural lifestyle. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, that was all zoned as rural lifestyle. And then even more extreme is south of that, the road along the bottom is Newcastle Road, and to the south of
I see.
is rural residential zone, which is an even smaller zone again. And again, it's very, very different to the Halliday Road basin pattern of development.
Mr. Sophie, when you considered the consents that have been granted for the smaller lots, did you actually go back into those decisions and look at the reasons for why they were granted at all, and anything that was different about those?
Yes, I have been involved with several of those actually.
Yes.
And some have been for existing farming use.
Can you tell us? Can you go through those?
Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah. Let me bring up that one with the green circle again. Sorry.
Even the one before that with the
names.
land,
with the names would be better as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll put that on the desk. Okay. So for a start, there's the FM Taylor. I've been involved with several. Meg Taylor's my client, and I've been involved with several of her subdivisions. One was to subdivide out I think it's 9 hectare irregular shaped block in the middle of the 144.
Oh yes, oh yeah, I was going to, what is that actually? That's interesting. So
that was a guest lodge, farm stay lodge, and that was subdivided out as it was surplus to the use of the main farm.
Okay, and is that in separate ownership now?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah. It isn't used as a lodge anymore. It's just a private residence.
Do they have access to it, Mr. Sullivan? Is it access road?
Yes, they do. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
there's
is it the faint line?
That's the faint line's an old access way, but it actually comes off just where the F of FM Taylor is. There's a right-of-way driveway that goes through the farm. So the small 0.85 hectare block that was subdivided off, that's used for a nursery.
Is that the one that's coloured light blue?
Light blue, yep.
Yep. Thank you.
The two yellow 0.43 hectare lots, they were subdivided for rural living. The 0.66 hectare block that was subdivided by Inderley, that one was subdivided for rural living. There's a new building platform was put on that, but there's an existing house, or there was an existing house on the 8.79 hectare block.
So that 0.66 hectare one, that's going to have a dwelling there?
Yes.
And also one on the 8.79 hectare one.
There's that was the original homestead of the whole area. Actually, that was owned by a client a long time ago, and that was the first back in the 90s.
And is that house remaining on that?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And have you been associated with the Stefani and Walters? What's a more recent application?
Yes, I read through the Stefani and Walters one because that one seemed to have the most similarities, yes, to our property. It was publicly notified. and there was an objection from one of the neighbours, but that was resolved, and the decision was made without a hearing. It was made by Section 100.
Mr. Saturday, what's the little green, little blue square just to the left of Stefani and Walters?
Yes, that's a residential building platform for the 144 hectare property.
Oh,
and we obtained consent for that. It was only a couple of years ago on a non-notified basis.
okay.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. So we're detracted from your.
No, it's all good. That's all we need to talk about that one. So small lot sizes interspersed with larger blocks are part and parcel of the QRDC rural zone, and it facilitates a wide variety of uses which do occur in the rural zone. Building platform setback almost 50 metres, 46 metres from the road, and there's the semi-mature pin oaks that exist along the road boundary, although the mitigation tree planting for screening is proposed to be located well inside the boundary, 25 to 30 metres. It's my opinion that the property does not contain any open space of significance at present, and that the addition of proposed landscape planting will have a negligible effect on this. Just as varying rural land uses result in varying lot sizes, varying land uses often also result in different levels of open space. The landscape experts have agreed that there's some absorption capacity for development. There's this absorption capacity which ensures the effect of this proposal does not reach the threshold of development that the site can manage. The varied land uses, vegetation patterns, and lot size along Halliday Road result in a varied landscape, which is far better able to absorb change than an open, homogeneous landscape, where any change will immediately stand out. The shared road entrance reduces the cumulative effect of development, as does the screening of the existing lodge by the proposed building and landscape planting. The only views into the site are from Halliday Road, which is no exit and receives very little use. There's no visibility of the site from State Highway 6. Just following up on an earlier question about the dock track. Now, how can I get this to you? Let's try. Bear with me, I'll try and do a screen share.
Oh.
Let's see what happens. Oh no, I'm not allowed.
Oh, you might, Trish might be able to give you permission.
Well, or is it easier if I email this direct to Trish?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, Matt, send that through to me and then I can print out for the commissioners.
Okay. Cool.
Thank you.
Shall I send that on to all parties, Jane?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I'm doing that.
Sorry, I should have done this earlier. I thought I'd be able to do the screen share thing.
It probably is possible to do that if permission's given, but I can't actually do it from here, unfortunately.
So hopefully that might be coming through, Trish.
Probably gone off to get that. But she's just in the next room, so.
Okay. Oh, that's hopeful.
I can go and ask her. Yes.
Do we want to privilege that?
Yes, I have received that. I'll print it out now.
So it just while we're waiting for that to be printed, as a background, the dock track originated back when those two 4,300 square metre lots were created, and in fact it used to be a paper road. That Halliday Road was the original road that led to the ferry crossing across the Clutha River. And so the Pawson, or Meg Taylor and John Pawson owned that property, and they reached an agreement to close that section of Halliday Road, but the agreement was that if it was closed, then there would be a public walking access to go over it.
And where does the access actually go to? Is that just down to the river?
Exactly, and hopefully when Trish prints off the plan, we'll be able to see. But what happens is that
hold it on the screen now, so we can actually see it on here.
Cool.
Oh, lovely.
So Halliday Road goes to, you can kind of see the much thicker or much longer dashes is the formed section of Halliday Road, and then there's some short dashes, which is the little dock link track.
Yes.
And that leads down to a bridge called Pawson's Crossing, and then connects to the Upper Clutha River track.
Okay.
But it kind of, well, it precedes the construction of the river track. So it isn't really used very much anymore now, because people go into the river track at Albert Town and follow their way upstream up the Cardrona River, cross over Pawson's Crossing, and then head down the Upper Clutha River track. So the Halliday Road link track is really only that it's used as a link by the residents of Halliday Road to connect into the Upper Clutha River track, and that the use by the general public would be extremely unusual, because there's no need for them to go out of their way driving down Halliday Road to connect to something, when the vast majority of the public would start at Albert Town or at one of the other entrances to the river track.
Right. And are there two bridges across the Cardrona walking tracks then? Because
No, that's only a ford. The other one, there's no bridge.
Okay.
There's only the one pedestrian track, but there's now a new track on the north side, or the true left of the Cardrona, that leads up to the salmon farm and connects into Monteith Road. But that's by the way.
Okay, and it was so was that on the land that was the subject of resource that was the 2006 resource consent on the Taylor Pawson land? Is that correct?
Yes, correct. So the track was established by that stage, as when the road stopping had been completed.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now,
So, Trish, we can probably stop the screen share. Thank you.
Just on the precedent situation, I agree with Mr. Anderson that the proposal would be unlikely to set a precedent which would enable development in the wider rural zone. There's certainly similarities between this site and other recently approved properties along Halliday Road. However, I admit it's very difficult to find genuinely identical sites in the rural environment. Now, I did make a note.
Just on that subject, I mean, Mr. Baxter mentioned the site next door. Would you consider that to be a similar site to this one? It'll be the neighbouring property to the south.
To be honest, I think the whole precedent thing it just seems like quite a lazy kind of an argument to me. I think that the resource management requires it as a discretionary activity, requires us to assess each property on its merits, and every property really has some unique property characteristics, and it's certainly the next door neighbouring property may be similar, but it's surrounded, it's covered in more mature trees than this one, and there are differences to it. So yes, it may give a guide, but everything has to be assessed properly.
Yeah, I suppose the precedent effect is not so much because something has been granted, then it's the neighbouring property should be granted. It's probably more in terms of, I guess, what we used to refer to as environmental creep, where you end up with, development occurring, and then the argument's made, well, development's becoming more intensive, which is in this particular area, which is arguably the case made now, and therefore, my question, which I put to Mr. Baxter, which I also wanted to push to you, is when is, if you look at the planning framework and the planning documents and the changes and the emphasis that's now in those, where does that then start and finish in terms of that? So it's not a precedent in terms of a legal precedent as such. It's more it's probably a precedent in the sense of changing the environment, the receiving environment for future applications.
Yes, but if the application can demonstrate that the effects are actually negligible, and that the building can be well screened, then I don't see that we're pushing closer to that boundary.
Yeah, but isn't there two parts to the assessment that we are required to undertake? One is in respect to the effects, and the other is respect to the objectives and policies of the plan. So it's probably not so that this one may not be so, this particular application may not be so concerned with effects as it is with the policies and objectives of the new plan. That's probably where I'm heading. And I know Commissioner Sinclair's got some detailed questions on that, but perhaps we should park that one with you, because I think that will come through with these questions. But I just think it is, this is really the central part of the central question for this application. I don't think effects per se is where the emphasis needs to be, although obviously they are still relevant. So I'll let you continue.
Okay, thank you. The Society has raised concerns surrounding visibility, cumulative effects, and density, but the matters have been covered, and I won't repeat them. With regard to the submission from the iwi, the site is located more than 500 metres from the banks of the Cardrona River. Disposal of stormwater and wastewater from the site will be fully compliant with QLDC and ORC rules, and so there will be no contamination of the groundwater by the proposal. And the applicant is happy to offer an accidental discovery condition to guard against the unlikely discovery of any unrecorded archaeological site. As has been previously discussed, there's the consent notice condition prohibiting future subdivision with no expiry. The condition was agreed in mediation by the applicants at the time. As an aside, these owners still reside at 54 Halliday Road and have provided their written approval to the application. A plan of the Halliday Road area from 2001 is attached as agenda page 20. Contrasting that to the 2022 boundaries as shown on the agenda page 19, it can be seen that there's at least 15 additional titles in the area bounded by the highway, the Cardrona and Clutha rivers, and the Silverlight Corbridge land. Equally as astonishing is the development on the western side of the Cardrona River with, I've estimated somewhere between 250 and 300 additional lots in the small area alone.
That's on the Albert town side, isn't it, that you're referring to there?
I think I'm referring to Silverlight.
Oh, Silverlight.
It's Silverlight, isn't it? Is that Mr. Sullivan?
No. I'm referring in this case on the western side of the Cardrona River, which is the Albert town side. So that's including all of the riverside development.
Was that the subject of a resource consent, or was that a plan change?
Riverside was done as a plan change, I think.
And Mr. Sullivan, what zoning was that one?
Sorry?
What was the zone there?
The zone, so it was zoned as township. There's township and there's low density, rural residential are the two predominant zones on that side of the river.
And was the Silverlight application a plan change or a resource consent?
So Silverlight was done by the fast track.
Yes.
The government fast track scheme.
Yeah.
So that went straight to the EPA.
EPA, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The no further subdivision condition was appropriate in 2001. Given the trees would have been in a much smaller, less established state. But now, over 20 years later, now the trees have grown and the neighbouring properties have become established, and there's nearby land uses consented that wouldn't have even been contemplated, I believe the restriction is no longer relevant. An assessment of the objectives and policies of the operative and proposed district plans was prepared and submitted as part of the application. The council officers also provided a very detailed analysis of the objectives and policies. My evidence that I submitted covers selected objectives and policies where I interpreted them differently to the council staff. My overall assessment is that the proposal is generally consistent with and certainly not contrary to the relevant objectives and policies. Additionally, I believe that it's possible to effectively mitigate any adverse effects of the subdivision, which further ensures that the proposal can be aligned with the objectives and policies. The applicant solicitor has discovered a covenant document which is provided And this details that the Halliday Road water scheme provides the subject property 7,000 litres of domestic water per day, plus a large volume of water for stock and or horticultural purposes. And I attach this.
Yes, thank you. So, yes, because this was an issue that arose in the Section 42A report.
Yes.
So is the 7,000 litres, is that for that's for the existing entire 2.9 hectare site, is that right?
Correct, yes. Yep. So we propose to allocate 2,100 litres per day to the vacant lot 2, and the balance of 4,900 litres per day will be sufficient for the needs of the lodge on lot 1. And if any additional is required, then this can be obtained by installing a private bore on either property, as already detailed. But we don't think that this will be required in the immediate term. So in summary, the application is to subdivide one rural allotment into 2. The existing visitor accommodation business will remain. A new building platform has been identified, although the actual building within the platform will be severely limited in floor area and height. Additionally, there's a request to vary the consent notice conditions related to the underlying subdivision consent from 2001. Wanaka in general and the Halliday Road area in particular have significantly changed from when those conditions were imposed. As well, the vegetation on the subject lot and the surrounding properties has matured, providing effective screening of the site. I acknowledge the concerns the council officer and have provided evidence to demonstrate how the effects of the subdivision can be effectively mitigated. With the building design controls as offered and the new landscape planning combined with the extensive existing planting, the future building can be screened and the Arcadian treed landscape can be maintained. Given the approvals of all neighbours, the limited fleeting glimpses to the treed site from the Halliday Road and the proposed landscape planning and design controls, I believe the effects on the environment of the subdivision will be no more than minor. Further consider the proposal meets the purpose and principles of the Resource Management Act.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sutherland. I'll hand over to Commissioner Sinclair. Questions?
Thanks, Mr. Sutherland. I just noticed your last concluding sentence there didn't make a overall conclusion on the objectives and policies, but I think you covered it in the paragraphs 23 and 24. And is that correct? Like, I think you said that not contrary.
Generally aligned, I think, yes.
Yeah, generally, is that so? Your overall conclusion generally aligned, not contrary, if I just.
Yes.
Just wanted to tell if you could ask. You heard me before with Ms. Nola about where we're at with the district plan, and I just wondered if you were the right person to ask what our current status is of our district plan. I had a few questions on that. Are you comfortable answering those questions?
I can do my best. Yes.
Okay. You just tell me, and then I can park them over to Mr. Anderson as well. So
certainly. Yep.
So it's between the two of you. Hopefully, we'll get where we are.
Yep.
Just some general ones were that there's just some stuff on the rules. So there's just some tidy up questions. Mr. Anderson had concluded that the ODP rules were no longer relevant, and I just wondered if you'd agree with that statement.
I thought that I'd understood that both plans were still working in tandem.
Okay, so I'll separate the rules. He's saying that the rules of the PDP have now got to a stage where the ODP rules drop away and
Yes.
they're no longer operative.
The rules,
I
yes.
think he's still saying, and I think you might agree, or see where you go, that we've still got the 2 plans left with objectives, policies, and assessment matters, which still have relevance.
Sorry,
Do you
yes,
agree with
that was that. Yes. So the rules have moved on, but the objectives and policies are still reasonably evenly weighted.
Okay. Do you agree in that comment that the assessment matters of the ODP in that group where you just said objectives and policies, or have they moved on to the PDP?
So they've moved on to the PDP.
And so you do think that the PDP, I just heard you, I think, say that they're equally weighted. Is that what your position is? That equal weight goes to both?
Yes.
Okay. Just if you just with chapter 3 and the strategic directions, there seems to be the topic 2.2 decision that's been released from the Environment Court. Are you able to update us where we're at with chapter 3 and the mapping and the identification of priority areas and how these the new set of policies around the rural character landscapes, where we're at with those? No,
I'm not. I'm aware of the intent to map out the priority areas, but I'm not aware of where we're at in the process.
So I'll ask Mr. Anderson to fill us in on those. There was some questions I had around just your approach to your assessment of effects and your evidence has quite lightly touched on, broadly touched on the objectives and policies, but doesn't seem to have specifically looked at individual policies. And I just wondered if I could ask you a couple of questions on some of the key objectives and policies of Chapter 6, where there seems to be quite a difference between you and Mr. Anderson. And I think that probably the difference is that we're just looking at different things people have considered. And I just, for fairness, I wanted you to be able to have the opportunity to respond to some of the objectives and policies. Is that okay if I ask you those? It was only a couple, and it was in Chapter 6, the landscapes and rural character. Do you have that handy?
I can just bring it up.
It might just be easier for you as I take you to a couple of the objectives and policies.
Yes.
Yeah, the ones that I was referring to are the ones that are specific to the rural character landscapes. And for what this is the policies and objectives that will guide us in our decision making. Yes. And we start off with 6341, which is about the plan sort of recognising that development and subdivision is unsuitable in many locations. Yes. And that when successful applications have to be on balance consistent with the objectives and policies, and they name the few that we are obviously guided by. So I just wanted to ask you about 6342 below it, and it's come up in the submission from Julian Howard from the Upper Clutha Environmental Society about the ad hoc subdivisions and whether you consider this as ad hoc, or whether, I think this objectives and policies are saying that they don't want to see ad hoc subdivision. They want it to be, I think, plan change or, located in landscapes that accommodate the change. So they wanted to avoid they wanted to see avoid they wanted to see appropriate planning mechanisms in place to avoid new developments in preference to ad hoc. So encouraging plan changes rather than this individual ad hoc. And I just wanted your opinion on what this ad hoc subdivision means. When do we consider something to be ad hoc and when do we don't, when it's an individual subdivision?
I think that the practicalities of any form of development of this type being conducted by way of a plan change is ludicrous. I think that the notion that the amount of resource that would be put into preparing a plan change for a minor 2-lot subdivision just doesn't make sense, and I cannot believe that the authors of the district plan would have intended that for this sort of development to be assessed by way of a plan change.
Do you know if that policy, I think it's a policy, do you know if it's under appeal or are we left with these words?
I've got it in front of me so I can have a look. Oh, in fact, no. Let's just leave that for Ms. Nola and her right of reply, because it'll take time. But it just doesn't make sense that a plan. To me, a plan change should be of a significant area, similar to what was done at the Camp Hill Estate development that I showed you earlier.
A larger scale, you mean?
That a farm owner who owned whatever 200, 300 hectares initiated a plan change, and that's something worthy of the resources and the to determine the outcome of that.
Okay. The next one I just wanted to ask you about was was policy 6344 about constituting sprawl along the road, and if you had any comments on that particular, I think the right words, whether it's policy or I think it's a policy, strategic policy, or yes, must be. Yeah, if I wonder if you had comments on it, what you thought of it was. If you had any comments on if it was going to create sprawl or not, if it would constitute sprawl along the road.
My interpretation of sprawl is like a ribbon development that is only associated right adjacent to the road. In this situation, there's actually development behind the proposed lots. That's already existing. So if anything, it is allowing the spread, but it's more infill rather than sprawl, in my opinion.
Thank you. And this is another issue that's been raised by and I think Ms. Nola's commented on this as well, and it's also raised by the Upper Clutha. It's the following policy 6345. It's about ensuring these incremental changes are not degrading the landscape character. And then the next part's about important views, which I just wondered if you had any particular comments you'd like to add for in response to that policy.
Well, it's certainly not blocking any important views because the vegetation already exists. In terms of the incremental changes, if I admit there has to be some perceived change, but it's very, very minor, and it's because of what I've said earlier in my evidence that there's if the subdivision was proposed in an open landscape, then it would have a much greater effect than this one, which essentially is restricted and by the topography and the existing planting. So no, I think Mr. Baxter's given the opinion that it's not degrading the landscape character, and there's no important views that'll be affected. So in that way we do meet that objective.
And I apologise for having to do this to you, but it's just that it wasn't covered, and when we go to compare, I just want to make sure that you've had the chance to look at these.
That it wasn't as detailed as it should have been.
I've only got two more to look at, which I think are the ones that I've identified. I thought were the important ones. The second to last one was policy 6348 about avoiding adverse effects on visual amenity. And it's particularly A. I think there's agreement on B that it's not in the foreground of the ONF and ONL, but it was about being highly visible from public places, which I understand would be the road. And I just wanted your opinion on whether the word's highly visible and if you think it's falling into that bracket or not.
I think it falls into the bracket of being visible, but I don't believe it falls into the bracket of being highly visible, and that's because of the mitigating screening that's proposed.
And the last one is particularly relevant. It's the policy related to the Upper Clutha Basin, 63410, and this is one that says maintains open landscape character where that is the existing character of the RCL, and I just would like you to respond to that one.
There is no open character on this site, so we can't maintain it any more than what's already there. For something to be open, it has to be clear and devoid of structures and trees. And that isn't the existing case.
Thank you for that, Mr. Southerly. And again, I apologise for having to ask you those specific questions.
No questions? No. Okay, thank you. Mr. Southerly, I've just got a couple of questions, and I'm just referring here to your pre-circulated evidence. At paragraph 28, and I asked Ms. Nola this as well, in terms of how we should interpret the RCL as contrasted to rural residential and rural lifestyle zones, and where you say a variety of lot sizes is essential for the regular functioning of the rural zone, where a variety of land uses are expected. And the implication there is that residential land use or rural lifestyle land use forms part of the RCL. Is that am I interpreting that correctly? Because I think obviously Camp Hill Estate, which was a plan change, that's a separate zone. So I absolutely accept your arguments on that. It looks different, it feels different, it comes under a different set of objectives, policies and rules in the plan, but we were talking about rural character landscape. What other, how should we consider applications for residential use within that landscape, I suppose is where I'm heading.
Yes, and I looked up the strategic direction chapter, and we're guided in the introduction to that, in fact, because it covers the strategic direction. It covers rural living. So it says that the zone purpose is to enable farming and provide for other activities that rely on rural resources. And then it goes on to say a wide range of production activities occur, and there also exists a wide range of living, recreation, commercial, and commercial activities. And I can point you to that. That's in 3.2.1.8.
And so it was rural living there in the context of enabling living to support those other land uses, or do you see that as because I mean, I don't think there's any argument that in this case that it is rural living would probably be supporting a loyalty visitor accommodation activity potentially, but could well be. There's no guarantee of that. If this was granted, that site could be sold tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah. How do you see that in the context of that strategic direction?
I'm sorry, I may need you to repeat that.
Yeah, I suppose I'm saying
Sorry.
that in the context of 3.2.1.8
Yeah.
around providing rural living is an enabler of other rural land use. So, for example, if you were farming a block of land, then it would be natural to have a farmhouse. So
I see. Yes.
That's the context I'm getting at.
I see.
As opposed to a rural residential block which doesn't support any other rural land use.
Yeah, I think that particularly in this district, but also in a wider span, there is the desire from some people to live in a rural area, and they may not want to be productive on their land, but they want to be surrounded by productive land, and that 3.2.1.8 it at least enables that, and it has enabled that for some time, and as a result there are multiple properties in the rural zone that are used simply for rural living.
Yeah, I definitely think that is true of the past, but I guess one of the things we need to consider is the PDP and the strategic direction that is signalling, I suppose, and then how do we then assess this application against that? So hence all of these questions, which sort of go to the heart of really, you know, how enabling is the PDP in an RCL zone of rural residential living that does not support a rural land use? Yes,
but if it wanted to prohibit rural living, then there would be a clear paragraph which says that.
Well, yes, and I guess that's the way that the objectives and policies, we need to then look at those to interpret how that strategic direction is to be given effect to. So, and that's really why those are so important, I think, is to sort of, because I mean, you're right, there is no black and white paragraph, but it's, if we're looking at it in a, you know, and looking at the purpose of the RCL zone and the purpose of the plan, and where that then leave us, I suppose. I mean, and this is all relatively new because there haven't been that many decisions under the operative provisions of the new plan so far. And this particular plan seems to be taking a more conservative view and sort of saying it, Commissioner Sinclair's just pointed out 3.22 says to provide for rural living opportunities in areas identified on the plan where mapping application is appropriate for rural living development. So the thrust appears to be away from land that is for rural land use, and to sort of, I suppose, enabling rural living in land specifically zoned for that purpose, which is the rural lifestyle, rural residential zones. So I'm just wondering if you have any comments on that.
I think the difficulty is that the rural lifestyle and particularly rural residential zones is a different creature. It's something that's different, and that's required by some people, but it's a very, very different thing to what's being proposed today.
Yes, no, I agree with that.
So for the district plan to be saying well, we're wanting people to be in rural lifestyle zones or rural residential zones, that isn't recognising what the actual demand from the market is.
Well, yes, but is that relevant? That's the question. If we've got a planning framework which has been agreed and endorsed by the community and adopted, is,
yes.
I mean, there's always going to be market demand. I mean, you know, for this, I mean, I guess some of my interpretation of where the PDP has ended up, and looking at these kinds of areas in the Wakatipu Basin and other areas, is where there has been enormous pressure for development, and the community is saying actually there are limits to this and they need to be reflected in the planning framework.
Mm. The advantage with this property is that the actual effect is very, very low. And that's the difference from a lot of other potential properties.
And I accept that open space, but I guess a question that we need to consider is, well, where is the threshold? Where does, if we say grant an application that is inconsistent or contrary to objectives and policies of planning, there needs to be a really good argument as to why that is the case. And so I guess what you're saying is that you're relying here on the effects in terms of visibility, and I don't think there's any argument that visibility is not a major issue here, and the actual landscape evidence. And I think there's a great deal of alignment between Mr. Baxter and Mr. Denny on that, is that those kinds of effects are not material. So is that you relying on that as the primary?
Primarily, yes, but there is also a lot of alignment with the policies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Do any other questions? You sort of say paragraph 31, I think we've covered this, but you do say small lots are part and parcel of any rural landscape, and this is the intention of the district plan. And I guess my question is, how have you arrived at that conclusion, and does that hold true of the PDP?
Yes. I've arrived at the decision simply because there's no minimum lot size. If it was like the original proposed plan or the Central Otago plan, for example, where there's an 8 hectare minimum, then council have determined that that's the appropriate size. And
yeah, okay.
in this instance, because there's no minimum, clearly there's a variety of lot sizes possible.
Yes, and I think that, I guess the argument then is a little bit circular back to the previous discussion around what is contemplated on those lot sizes, and do those lots, and totally accept that there is no minimum lot size, but does that contemplate rural residential style or rural lifestyle, however you describe it, living? That doesn't support a rural activity. So I think it probably leans us back in that space. But
it does, and the trouble is that this property was an origin, or has originated from back in the days of the Vincent scheme, when you had to demonstrate an economic use to be able to subdivide, and hence the maple trees were planted, and that doesn't really achieve too much either, and that's the difficulty of it all.
It probably explains the quince trees on the property next door.
Exactly, yeah, and there'll be walnut trees somewhere else, and
yes.
of different economic uses that people dreamed up just to jump through that particular loophole.
And I suppose that's sort of, you know, where you're coming from in terms of the no subdivision, is that you know, some of the planning framework does move on from as you say, that, gosh, that was back in the 1990s, wasn't it, Jane? It's 10 hectare lots, and there's still a few floating around in other parts of the region as well. So yeah, so that's sort of, I guess that context is all very important. I think we probably covered everything else in one form or another. I'll just check. No, I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Sutherland. Thank you, Mr. Sutherland. I'm just now going to check my. It's 12 minutes past 12. Snola, I assume that concludes your case.
It does.
It does. So we're now at roughly 12:15. So we'll ask the council officers if to respond, and we have a couple of questions, I think, as well for them that we've signalled throughout the hearing. I think probably at this stage, if everyone's comfortable, we should probably just press on. Ms. Nola, are you intending to give a verbal closing, or would you like to do that in writing?
Well, I think I would like to do that in writing, because I have obviously been listening to the issues that you see will confront you when making a decision in respect to this. And because the issues relate to strategy and policy and the instruments, I need to have a closer look at that and probably discuss those with Mr. Sotheby before responding. And so I would appreciate the opportunity to do that in writing.
Absolutely, yes. No, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you, and that would be appreciated by us as well. So, yeah, these things are not easy. All right. Well, perhaps in that case, perhaps we could just take another 10-minute comfort stop, and that'll give Mr. Denny and Mr. Anderson a chance to confer and just decide how they want to handle their comments on the evidence that's been presented today. So if we perhaps resume at 12:30, if that's all right, and I should imagine we'll be finished by 1 o'clock in that case. So thank you very much. We'll see everyone at 12:30. Just May. Yes, here we are. We're off mute now. So. Right, thank you very much, everyone. We'll resume the hearing. I think we've got everyone online. So, Mr. Anderson, I'll hand over to you for your comments on the evidence that have been heard and how you want to bring Mr. Denny into this.
Apologies, sorry, I missed the last part of that question.
Oh, sorry, I've just let you present your comments on the evidence that you've heard, and we have a few questions, and so I'll just leave it to you, so whether you want Mr. Denny to respond first, or whether you want to do that. Certainly.
I'll ask Mr. Denny to respond first. I'll say we also have an engineer, Mr. Ken Jones, listening in, but from what I can see, there's probably not a lot of matters that would be pertinent, but should you have some questions for Mr. Jones, we can probably get him to respond.
Yes, well, actually, I was, I mean, the only real issue from the services perspective was with respect to the water supply. So I think we would like Mr. Jones's opinion on Mr. Sotheby's evidence today in terms of the provision of the agreement around the water take and whether that satisfies council's requirements. So that would be quite helpful. We can just cross that one off.
Sure.
Oh, I'm here. No? Now?
Yeah, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I usually have trouble with my camera.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, this agreement appears to be for the property to the north. In the third paragraph of it, it refers to Title 176401, and the subject site is held in Title 176400.
So is this the original Wilson property then? I've lost my...
So this was the covenant that I received this morning.
It's right.
Yes. Yeah, Mr. Sotheby sent around this morning.
Yes. So, this could be for the original. Oh no, it's the 2006 agreement, isn't it? So
no, it's so Title 176401 is the property immediately, east of the subject property.
Sorry,
so that title still exists.
Mr. Jones, is that the property behind the lodge?
Yes.
Yes, the Wilsons.
Yes.
Okay.
And according to what?
Is that just a mistake in the title number then? Because it doesn't seem to make sense otherwise, because it says an agreement where the Raymond Trust agreed to purchase the land from the Wilsons. So that would appear not to refer to the Wilson block, because we know that they are still the current owners anyway.
That could be it.
Just doesn't make sense otherwise, does it? Mr. Sotheby, are you able to help us out on this one? Or Ms. Nola might be able to as well.
I'm not sure that I can assist just immediately, but what I do know is that at the point of time that the property was purchased from the Raymonts,
yes,
these were the water documents that were provided as confirmation of the water supply, and the permit as well. And there was also some additional documentation which hasn't been provided, which was correspondence between the solicitors at the time dealing with being a member of the scheme and things like that. So quite a few other documents, and it might be that in my response, I have an opportunity to perhaps confirm exactly what the position is.
Okay, thank you. I think that's probably the best way to handle that.
Yeah.
I suppose going back to you, Mr. Jones, assuming that the water supply relates to the subject land, the 2.9 hectare total, so the lodge plus the site subject of this application. Does that satisfy your concerns with water supply? If that was the case?
That would appear to cover it. The only outstanding question would be how much water is required to irrigate the planting that they're now required to put in.
Right. Okay. So we also then need to know how much water is required to irrigate. So because I think it was 2,100 litres a day.
As sort of, yeah, that's what our standards say, which has an irrigation allowance, but I don't know that irrigation allowance would be enough for all these trees that there are, although it's not like a massive amount. It doesn't seem to be.
Right. Perhaps Ms. Nolly, you could address that question as well in your reply, because you probably need to confer with Mr. Baxter and on that particular one.
But yeah, if that agreement would probably make sense that it's a typo, considering the Wilsons still own that and it's counted as the applicant's for the property off the Raymonts.
All right, well, that's something that we can probably cover off in the reply, but
yeah.
So I have no further questions on services.
No, I don't have any questions, Mr. Jones, either. Thank you.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Jones.
Cool. All right, no worries. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you. So back to you, Mr. Anderson.
I think next we'll hear from Mr. Denny.
Thank you.
Hi there. I'll just go through my notes first, just make a few points that I've noted down. I won't go through all of them, but just the highlights. The first one is in relation to absorption capacity of this site. There's a lot of discussion about this being able to absorb this type of development. I'll probably disagree on that. I think because it's a flat site, there's no topography there to help screen it as such, and because it's road frontage as well. So I wouldn't describe the capacity as being high. It's to me pretty low.
Yes, and so on that point, Ms. Denny, I had this question of you actually, because at paragraph 62 of the section 42A report, which is actually I think it's section Mr. Anderson's report. But
no, that's Mr. Denny's report.
Oh, it is Mr.
Yeah,
Denny's
it is Mr. Denny's.
Okay, great. Excellent. You say there that the subject property is one of the smaller existing lifestyle lots along Halliday Road, but has some absorption capacity for development due to its limited visibility, etc. What did you actually mean by that? When you say some absorption capacity for development?
I was wondering that myself, and I was reading it, to be honest.
I had the same question too.
Yeah, I mean, I guess certain degree, just that a lot of sites will have some capacity as well, some form of development, but I guess what I'm saying, not to the extent proposed. You could probably do some additions to the existing lodge or something like that, or an outbuilding there potentially. So there's some capacity there because it's got some trees, it's got some context, but not to the scale, I don't think.
Okay, so you were thinking more in the nature of additions to the lodge, or
yeah, an accessory building, a shed or something like that. That's not probably a farm building. No, probably not farm.
Yeah, I think that has been that's certainly underpinning a lot of the nature of the evidence that flows from that. So that's certainly something that I wanted to be clarified, as did Commissioner Sinclair. So thank you. So I'll let you continue.
I disagree on the point that the proposed development could be used for mitigation for the existing lodge. I don't think placing a building on a road frontage could be considered as adequate mitigation for existing development behind it. You end up two developments. So I don't think it's a valid argument as such. You're also losing a loss of spaciousness, and you're losing some of that open space on the road frontage. So I don't think it's adequate to be calling that mitigation as such. There's a lot of discussion about lot sizes in the rural zone, and I agree the rural zone enables potentially any lot size, but that is dependent on protecting, maintaining and enhancing landscape values. And the lot size and land use determined effects on landscape character and landscape characteristics. And so I would argue that a residential lot that is solely for residential activity is not sort of contributing to landscape character or to landscape values. There's discussion about the rural zone being dependent on residential lots and small lots. I disagree with that. I think there are smaller lots within the rural zone that's accepted, and that's because they mitigate those effects, or they're not creating effects that are having an effect on the landscape values and such. I don't think the rural zone is dependent on having rural residential development or residential lots. I think, you know, it's sort of almost contradictory in some regards. Thanks for Matt, who gave some useful local background on the dog trail and some of the consents nearby, which was I found really useful, especially the dog trail, because I weren't fully aware how that fits into things. So it appears to be a local trail, a local connection trail, not part of a broader network at this stage. So I appreciate the use of that will be probably reasonably low. In terms of Mr. Baxter, he describes the landscape as quasi-rural residential or semi-rural residential. I disagree with that. I agree that there's domestic elements in this area of domestic planting and such, but it's a rural zoned area, and there's some large rural properties here that are currently used for grazing or what have you. They're quite dominant in terms of the area and size. So even though there's smaller lots here and some domestic characteristics going on, I think the overall landscape is definitely rural. It's not rural residential. It doesn't fit into that category. In terms of the fire risks, I'm finding this is coming up quite a lot now. And it's in the PDP to consider fire risk. My own interest in fire risk is the effects it has on mitigation planting. Ideally, I don't think it should be relying on structural planting that potentially could be removed at a later date because it's deemed as a fire risk. And the fence guidelines on this for rural properties is to have a 10-metre clear zone around buildings. So I'm trying to, when I look at mitigation plans, to adhere to that guidelines from fence. I'm not an expert in fire risk in this area in terms of hazards and stuff, but also looking forward and dealing with climate change and all these extreme events and whatever coming forward, I think there needs to be some robustness and landscape design for mitigation as well to accommodate those changes. There's also discussion about this site being unique, and that's a one-off. I disagree with that. This is a roadside sort of pastoral lot, well, a roadside paddock, we should say, which is pretty common. And the neighbouring property is almost identical in terms of characteristics as well. So I don't think it's unique. I think there's quite a few of this sort of type around. In terms of the tree growth and stuff, my understanding that date is September 2002 that you count trees in terms of contribution to mitigation. And looking at the 2006 landscape plan, those trees were shown on there. I haven't been able to access the Google Earth app that shows you previous things, so I can't confirm the exact date of when those trees were planted. In terms of open space character and open space definitions, and the word open is used a lot in the plan, it causes a lot of problems. But there is an open space definition in section 2 of the plan, and this is the open space definition that I guess I'm all familiar with, and it refers to parks and open spaces, and definition refers to a place with parking buildings, whatever.
Sorry, could you repeat that, Mr. Denny?
Please,
So
we
you
missed that.
faded out of it there.
I probably should actually refer directly to the, here it is here. Means any land or space which is not substantially occupied by buildings and which provides benefits to the general public as an area of visual, cultural, educational, recreational, amenity values. And that's the space definition I'm familiar with, and it's definition I've used in other districts as well. In terms of open character, that's something different. That's to me, that's an open field as such, as an open character. There's no obstacles as such, you can see across it. And an open landscape is at a bigger scale. You can look right across the landscape. And there's a lot of that in the Upper Clutha. I don't think this site would fall into that because there's a lot of trees and there's a bit of topography there, so I don't call it an open landscape as such. But there is some open character to this landscape. And I think the front paddock as such, you could define that in terms of the site as having an open character.
Excuse me, Mr. Denny, where did you get that open space definition from?
Section 2 of the PDP under definitions.
Thank you.
Just out of interest, the consent for the larger properties with the smaller properties on the western side of Halliday Road, just north of the site, it's RM201024. I just had a look at that, and there's a consent condition in there for the balance lot, 1, 4 and 7, for no further residential development. So that development subdivision has got those tiny little residential lots, I think they're about 4,000 square metres, but then there's a balance lot that contributes to maintaining a rural landscape character. And I think the difference with this site, it has no ability to contribute to landscape character, it's too small. So. Just in response to back in the day when those consent notice conditions were written under the ODP, I believe it was, and to compare to now, the changing conditions, even though the conditions have changed, there's a lot more development, there's a lot more trees, blah, 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 there's less of the big open, I think a lot of the around there is a lot of cropping actually. It's still zone rural though, that hasn't changed, so. And the district plan's quite clear on landscape values and character and the rest of it, and openness and those sort of things. So we still have to assess under those conditions. And arguably, because of the amount of change around there, the sensitivity to further degradation of those values is potentially higher or heightened. Although it could go both ways. And I see the argument they're saying that there's already some sort of density and sort of variation there, so you can slot these other things in there. So my mind is because it's still like a rural zone, it still has some landscape values, but it still has rural landscape character and values, you still have to consider this. That's about it from me. Happy to answer any questions. There's nothing in there that I've heard this morning that have changed my report to a degree.
Thank you, Mr. Denny. Commissioner.
Thanks, Mr. Denny. It's almost by order of elimination. You're going to get these questions on Chapter 3 and where we're at. I would like to understand, since I last looked at Chapter 3, it looks to me like we've got a new introduction of new strategic objectives, or almost like a process has been incorporated into the plan about priority areas and mapping, and when a site is in a priority area and when a site is outside a priority area. And I just wondered if you could inform us, if you know, where we're at with this section of the plan. And I particularly note Upper Clutha Environmental Society submission says it is a priority area, and that's actually recorded. Halliday Road is actually recorded, I saw in the break, as a priority area specifically listed in Chapter 3. And I just wondered, I'll find that, I should have circled it. And I just wondered if you could update us where we're at with Chapter 3 in terms of the framework. It's 3.3.39 is the framework for priority areas for RCLs, and B says Halliday Road, Corbridge, RCL, PA.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't open the document up because I'm losing internet connections. But I am familiar, well, I am aware that there was some public consultation done by QLDC about 3 or 4 weeks ago on these priority areas, which showed mapping and whatever. And I do believe Halliday Road was in that area, so I don't know where it's at now, but that public consultation period is now closed, I believe. So at this stage, I don't think we can use that as such as a guide.
So those are not, they're in the plan, but they're still going through further statutory process. Is that what I understand?
That's what I understand to be, yeah, based on what's been publicly consulted on, yeah.
Okay, so not a lot of weight to those.
I believe not, but it's probably a question for the planner's answer.
Okay, yeah. I'll ask Mr. Anderson of that, but thank you. Just the assessment matter regarding the VAL and the PDP. I noticed there was a slight change to the wording between the two, and I just wondered if you were aware of the change in the wording, and in your opinion, which one has a tougher test? I think one is. Once again, I should have highlighted this and circled it so I could find it easily. I think the ODP refers to take into account as the assessment matter for cumulative effects, and the PDP, we're now directed, must be satisfied. And I just wondered if you had any knowledge of that change of wording, or which one is a higher. It seems to me the PDP has tougher words than the ODP.
It's not something I'm constantly sort of considering as such. It's probably more of a planning consideration.
Looks like Mr. Anderson's going to have all the good questions. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. And I just wanted, my last thing was, most of my questions have been answered along the way. My last question was about just if you had anything to add about the preamble of the plan and the assessment matters about the trees that have been planted, and whether they can be considered or can't be considered as beneficial to this application.
From that 2002 cut-off, do you mean?
Yes.
Well, it's looking at the trees as such, I guess they can be considered, the perimeter planting. I don't know what actual value they actually have towards mitigation, really, because they're quite a thin shelter about them.
I think Mr. Baxter had the same view there, that it wasn't something that he was relying on.
It defines a boundary, it's a loose shelter belt, but it's not, it's quite visually permeable. So yeah, I think that you can consider them. I think they probably are roughly around that period. They're probably touch and go, but I don't think they are critical as such in terms of visual mitigation as such.
Okay.
The trees along the front are pretty sparse, they don't offer much. So.
Okay, thank you. That was all I had.
Thank you. I have no further questions, so thank you, Mr. Denny, for your evidence and your attendance today.
Okay.
So back to you, Mr. Anderson, your concluding comments.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, having had the benefit of hearing from Mr. Baxter and Mr. Denny, I do acknowledge what's been raised by Mr. Baxter and Mr. Sutterby, that there are lots around the area that are smaller. There are also some buildings that are closer to the road, and there are areas in the vicinity that are more open than the subject site. However, in my opinion, if you combine all of those factors, the particular circumstances of the site presents challenges with mitigation, given the combination of those factors and the lack of existing mitigation provided by either topography or landscaping or perhaps surrounding balanced land. Other than that, I'm prepared to take questions. Overall the site can be adequately serviced, so I guess what we're left with in terms of matters, it's primarily the landscape effects.
Right, thank you. And is there anything in the evidence that you've heard today that would cause you to change your opinion or any parts of that opinion?
No, I accept Mr. Denny's assessment of the landscape. He's clarified a few things, but I don't believe Mr. Denny has moved in his position, so that doesn't, in terms of my recommendation, I stand by it.
Thank you. I'll hand over to Commissioner Sinclair.
Thanks, Mr. Anderson. I just had, you probably guessed it, but I just had two questions. One was if you can inform us where we're at with Chapter 3. And the second one is I just want to understand the weighting between the plans a bit more and where we're at, including the weighting that's applied to the objectives and policies of the ODP, including the assessment matters and the PDP.
Sure. In respect of Chapter 3, your questions about the priority areas and the yes,
and just on that, the submission from Upper Clutha actually referred to that as well. So
sure,
we would quite like to understand that.
Yeah, Richard did. Mr. Denny expanded on that as well. But my understanding is that these matters are not currently operative and they don't have any legal effect. We have them mapped, but the consultation and the policy process around those is ongoing with no decisions made at this point. In terms of the weighting and the operative versus the proposed district plan, subject to 86F, the rules have fallen away and they no longer need to be applied. However, the objectives and policies are still on the table and still need to be considered of both the operative and proposed district plan. We make a weighting assessment on that, and generally the weight would be applied to the proposed district plan.
Do we know which parts of the PDP are still under appeal? Are we clear on that?
I'm not clear.
We're not clear on that?
No.
My understanding is there are still appeals on Chapter 6 and the Rural Chapter 21. There's also some on subdivisions, so none of the I don't believe that any of them are free of appeals.
Mr. Anderson, you referred to the objectives and policies as still being relevant. What about the assessment matters of the ODP? Are they still relevant?
I think there is still some relevance to the assessment matters. generally, although they are very closely aligned between the two plans and there aren't a lot of differences, I think in making a determination there would be more weight given towards the PDP assessment matters.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we have pretty much covered. Great. Just see if we've got any other questions of clarification. Right, that's all of our questions. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. So
thank you.
for responding to those. So Ms. Nola, I think that then brings us to the conclusion of the applicant's case, and now we've heard back also from the council officers, and you've asked to do your written reply, which obviously we're very happy to grant. When would you, how long do you think you might require for that?
What's the regular time frame?
Usually it would be sort of around 10 to 15 days, but we're in your hands because obviously the timing of the hearing and the decision depends on that, so it all flows through. So it's really up to you.
Yeah, well, I think probably around 15 days, sort of 3 weeks, I would think would be sufficient time. Yeah, thank you.
15, okay, so it's 15 working days. Thank you. All right, anything else?
No, nothing from it. Thank you, everybody.
Yes, so thank you very much, everyone. It's been a really interesting hearing, and obviously we're I think trying to signal where we think the main issues are quite clearly, and we will be focusing our attention. So those are the key issues. I think a lot of the other or minor issues will fall away by comparison. So thank you very much for your evidence. It's been really appreciated. And we obviously will receive the closing submissions, and then we have a statutory timeframe to issue our decision, so that will follow on from there. So at this stage I will officially adjourn the hearing pending the receipt of those closing submissions, and then obviously we will close the hearing provided there are no questions that we want to come back to at that stage. So we'll notify that in due course after we've had a chance to read those. So thank you very much, everyone, and have a lovely afternoon and weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.